Hello, hello, hello. Can anyone hear me? Am I coming through? This is an untested setup, so still figuring out what the delay is and if my restream is working properly so I can see all the chats. So bear with me while we work on this. Might take a few minutes. I'm not going to worry too terribly about what's working and what's not right away. I need to see if this is working correctly. One sec. I think maybe my chat box isn't configured properly. Embed chat, copy link. Okay, that should work better. If we could, I'm just gonna test the chat again. Yay, okay, cool, it's working. Cool. So, all right, so I'm just kind of bored today. I've needed to test this setup for a minute. People have been saying a lot of silly things. Hey, I can see y'all in chat. Awesome. Hey. All right, let me just put this window back into my second monitor. Is everything on the main sort of window interface thing making sense for you guys? Can you read everything legibly, etc., etc.? That's really what I care about right now. I'll worry about fixing the OBS window later. Because everyone can read and I can see the chat. Cool, 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 cool. Okay, awesome. That's good. Cool. So we got like 9 people hanging out. That's cool. All right. Well, I'm gearing up to do a few things today. I've got that stream tomorrow. This is actually one of the I'm in charge of 2 of the builds on stream tomorrow. I'm trying to decide like because I was only supposed to be responsible for one, and because of the constant rescheduling, we've had to reschedule who's going to be there. So I am going to be doing the Narada and the Armstrong. And I don't want both of them to be like max blinged out builds, but like there's 2 concepts I want to show up and both of them require a ton of investment. So like I'm feeling the like I need to do something budget, but I don't want to do anything budget right now. So like this is the Armstrong build, which is a demonstration of the current ISOCON broadside setup with my own touches. And this is really cool and fun. Like in pugs, this is for me landing in like the 2.5 mil range, like 2.3 to 2.7. So like, and that's really cool and good. Like for a FOB broadsider, like and I'm not the best of the high end pilots. Like there's a handful of people that are significantly better than me. It's kind of funny how that works. Like there's a as you get better, the qualitative jump between you starts to widen because personal skill makes like really big chunks of difference. Like I'm a really lazy pilot. Like um I over automate my binds. and that's by like that's kind of my style. It's kind of my vibe. Like the whole point is like the people that are better than me are, for the most part, with a couple exceptions, really micro heavy. Like they've got like twice as many bind chains as I do, and they're really on point with their timing, and they're doing amazing things. But if me, with my relatively lazy activations and just solid knowledge of positioning and timing, can do what I do, anyone can. Like I hold myself as like the low bar. Like, hey, like if you can match what I'm doing, you can do really, really well. Um, like without considering like the investment difference. Like if you have exactly the same gear as I do, you sit down at my computer and you just learn the way I play, you can do anything. Um, but anyways, so there's this, and let me go back to ESD so that I don't cause any build loadout screw ups. I'm going to show you the Narada. I wanted to make a exceed rated limits build for the Narada simply because, like, hey, the trait has like an interaction with it, and I also wanted to kind of show how bad EOL is, um, and how bad single target modes. I'm gonna change something real quick. Am I still coming through fine? Did my voice change much at all? Just changing where my mic's located. Cool, cool, cool. I have a decent mic. I just don't know how like it being further away from my face changes what's going on. Is the background drone all right? I have a fan going. Would you mind telling me? I'm gonna start my air conditioner. If you can tell me if you can hear that, I'd rather like no. All right. I'm turning on my AC now. Is there a rumbling in the background? Is it obnoxious? It's currently not too far from my head. What's going on? Awesome. That means I can like not die in the fucking heat wave right now. That's been going on for far too long and isn't terrifying. Let me see here. What did I call this son of a bitch? There it is, the razor flower. All right, so this is. I'm gonna pull this out. Uh, for those of you who may or may not have the Narada, the trait is currently slightly bugged, and it seems to be it's not this trait. This trait is affected by a bug. I've seen the same thing reported across a bunch of different things. Um, I don't understand I haven't dug into it yet, so I don't know what's happening. But there are some traits that are being prevented from triggering. But if you move an item in your inventory any way, like if you alter your inventory in any way, it starts triggering again, and something else is causing it to not. So, like, excuse me for a second. If I trigger exceed rated limits, which I can't do in a non-combat zone, it would not trip it. But then if I went to my inventory and just like moved this item to the left or to the right, left and right, what the fuck did I even list that? If I move the item to the right, then it works. And it's not just this thing. Hey Spencer, it's not just this thing. It's I've seen it reported for the target subsystems precision multi-targeting. I've seen it affecting that. I've seen it. There's some reports in the Discord of it, and I don't know if anyone's put that together yet. That there seems to be an underlying like bug that is affecting many things, and people are picking up as an individual thing. Oh, this is bugged. Oh, this is bugged. It's not that those are bugged. There's something going on here. I haven't been able to nail it down yet. I haven't found it yet. It may not be build dependent. It may just be something that's gone wrong on something that we can't change or notice. I'll also be doing some testing later today to try and nail down what's causing the Sigma bug. Leffel should be around later. I don't know if he wants to be on stream, so I may cut the stream um, when he shows up. But if he's around, I'd love to show you guys what testing looks like. That would be a cool thing to do, don't you think? It is tedious, but it is how we find crazy things like Turret Gate and all that. It's pretty rewarding. It just takes some work. I'm going to quickly demonstrate what this thing does as a preview before tomorrow's stream. And you can see why I don't want to not have the full-on expensive version of this. So this setup is very expensive. And it does at peak 1.5 million. And it's single target, so it leaves a very messy battle space. And so that's rough. That's not great. But what I'm doing here is everything I possibly can to make ERL okay, which is giving it things to work with. So I've got that's an expensive that's a legendary trait, that's a premium trait, that's a legendary trait. Hey Lem, that's a premium trait, that's a premium trait, that's a event trait, that's a premium trait. Already we're talking about just a grand just in this build for it to do what a C-store CSV build can do for nowhere near the same. We've got premium event, then some C-store stuff. But the deal here is I've stacked as much haste as I could reasonably fit. I'm using plasma here to get complex plasma fires stacked on as an additional source. There's this idea that it doesn't do well on single target, and it does. It's just that it doesn't do well on 2 single targets that a lot of people like to use, Overload and Surgical, because these are triggered by firing cycles, and those both really screw with firing cycles, so you're not going to get a ton out of it. But ERL doesn't do that. ERL shortens the distance between firing cycles quite significantly, so it's actually going to do pretty well. So let's just take it out and see how rusty I am right now. I think my combat log's running properly. Let's always turn it back on. Okay, can you see my combat log right? Yeah, you can. It's because I used to have it set up so that it would pop up in the upper right-hand corner. I'm gonna reorganize it at some point. There's a reason. The reason why there's a gap above my map is because that's where my combat log sits. Hold on, I'm getting a ping. Answer something. Okay. All right, so let's go do a quick roll and get a baseline here. Okay. God, I hate this camera so much.
You have it. Looks like our fight got them to notice us. Let's go over and ask if their claws might come out of hiding. up small habitations in some of the asteroids, possibly consistent with multiple
Kelvic,
temporary hideouts.
I don't know that I
We do what
agree.
we want, where we want.
1 second.
Picked up a tight beat transmission on a new frequency. We're jamming that spectrum of their comms now, but it was probably a call for assistance.
I'm taking you with me.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn that on. Whatever.
That's got them. Excellent.
So that did 285. So as a reference point, um, as a reference point, I can do like 500k an AOE build in this. So like for like less than half the output, like you're not doing too well. Let me actually set something up right now. Yeah, ERL. So okay, so here's the thing with the specialization firing modes as they are right now, right? So the idea with them when they were originally designed is that they have some sort of like inherent trade-off. The idea is that you get something for spending something, as opposed to the normal firing modes where you're just getting something. Um, and when they first came out, we didn't have all this haste. And what you get, with the exception of surgical, like with ERL, with reroute, um, that you got haste. Um, and that sort of made sense as an idea back then. Like we're talking about like a decade ago, um, when the most haste we ever got was the 20% from EWC and a couple spiky sources. But that's all been washed out now. Um, but in any case, the idea was that you gave something to get something, and I like that fundamentally. I like that fundamentally because like oddball, non-standard things should be oddball. Like they should have an idea of trade-offs around them. Um, ERL being like it changed how your power consumption worked, and it also damaged you over time. I don't like that it did two things at once. I don't like that it was two things you had to manage and think about. Um, Reroute was just one. Surgical was just one. Um, so ERL has that double dipping on something you need to manage. At least the new trait, Fire Everything, cuts one of those things out. It cuts out the power management aspect, which is good. Um, but I don't think it should have been there at the baseline. It also, damaging yourself to do damage is cool if that self damage could link into things, but it's excluded from a lot of things, right? Um, it doesn't trip many things that require damage. It's a flat thing, so it doesn't engage with your resists. It just does it, and like I think that's poor design. Um, but like I agree, they don't really have identities on their own because it is just get haste, right? The identity was around the malices and not the bonuses, and I think that's a failure of design itself. Like, um, it's a like I just don't like that. Like, it's the positive aspect of something should be the identity, right? Like, you want to do something that feels like it's connected, but instead you're managing the downside in the way it's connected to the theme, and that just doesn't feel good as a player. Um, so yeah, no, like long and short of the ramble is that spec firing modes are not in a good place right now. They require far more investment for weaker like performance. The idea of dealing with malices is fine, but they need to actually like be well thought out, which they are not right now. And they also need to be more unique in how they actually function in combat, because right now they're just single target standard mode but weaker and type agnostic. Like I like the type agnostic part. Like you can use beams and cannons together and it works and fine. And but like as it is now, Like I've had some ideas. I don't personally very much like armchair like theory deving. Like the devs, and I can throw out some ideas, but I don't like sitting here and it's like they should do this and they should do that and this is it. Like unless I'm having an active conversation with a developer about the ideas, I don't like. But like if I were to do something with the firing modes, like if I were asked, I would really like play into um mutating the idea of AoE and um single target. Like one of them, like exceed rated limits, I would like make a cylinder instead of a cone, instead of a single target. I would make a cylinder. Everything within, a fixed width cylinder in front of my ship start gets hit by something. Make it like just a sweeping Kamehameha kind of thing. It would require a lot of piloting skill to get the most out of because it's like a fixed beam on where your nose is pointed. But it would also allow, like, if you made it capless, like you could set up some really crazy things. Like that would be really cool. Um, I like the idea of like if I were to talk about just single targets in general, like rapid fire kind of sucks right now. So I would add like ablation to it. Like each successive shot makes the next shot better so that you get like a ramping feel. The longer you're shooting at something, the more damage you're dealing. I'd do that. I like the idea of explosion. I've always loved the idea of shots exploding on impact. So like having reroute reserves or something, or have reroute reserves be the cylinder for beat, which would link into the pilot entity. In fact, that's the one I actually had the idea for in the first place. Having the nose be the guidance for the attack, being on point with the idea of being a good pilot. Exceed rated limits, have the bolts be overcharged and explode on target. So like the AoE it's a single target that has an AoE aspect. You are shooting at one thing and whatever you hit gets an explosion or a flak burst around it for like a 2 or 3 kilometer thing. So you've got that single target punch, but with an additional AoE boom. And we have a bunch of little things in the game that you can add to guns to make that happen, but most of them are very weak. With the exception being something that I've been playing around with recently, cryonic. I love this. This is from the Winter Store and it's been largely overlooked. Green Cryonic module is very powerful if you build for it. And you don't really have to build for it too much. It just requires an offline. Now, when this was designed with the whole green drain, and you can flicker things offline when they drain. But like drain A sucks. B, it takes a lot to consistently get things offline with drain. But we have a ton of things in game that just shut things off. We have net drones, tachyon net drones. Everything in that field has their shields offline. That counts. That's an offline. Broadside combat module, which is very, very powerful and good. Guess what? It turns off engines. And when it does that, it's also doing damage, and it also can trigger this. So every time broadside combat module hits something, it's proccing this. Now, there's an ICD of 5 seconds, but that's per target. So if you walk into the middle of a crowd, hit broadside combat module while you have green cryonic module equipped, every single one of them is hitting a 2-kilometer AoE cold damage burst. You can get hundreds of thousands of DPS out of this. It's amazing. I've been singing this thing's praises for a long time, and like it works very, 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 very well. And since so many of our support builds are running offlines now, just incidentally, everything on the map is subject to this pretty much all the time. With high haste right now, we have, if you're running super high haste, and phasers are super popular right now, because of broadside beam support and broadside combat module, guess what? Narrow phasers have the standard phaser offline thing. You can run the rest of your phasers being offlines, and now everything on the field, relatively, you're popping offlines on things every 5 seconds or so, maybe seven. You're getting more triggers just by having phasers. Like the phaser proc is actually kind of relevant with this. We've got the Evolve console from GOM2. Put it inside, everything around you gets shield offline for a period of time, 10 seconds. Yep. Evolve. Yep. Good. Yep. As I was saying, Evolve. Pretty awesome. Like it does this. I run it in Shield all the time. There's if you were around like if you're a support player or a support-ish player and you were around a couple of years ago and have the Tamarian, we've got Darmok and Jalad. It's such an unsung trait that whenever you hit something that has a downed shield arc, well, now it's just offline. Now it's just disabled for a while, and well, you get a burst. I mean, I think it's fine, honestly. Like shield is the best defensive option, but like if you're a support-ish kind of setup, like if you have a support-ish setup or you're worried about like survival, right? You're not doing a million DPS, you're doing half a million DPS. You're still vulnerable to being outkilled, right? If you put evolved in your tactical slot, everything around you loses their due output for 10 seconds. If you're doing half a mil DPS, like we're talking about, like, say, Corfez here, right? You're doing 250 in Corfez. You'll be able to burst everything around you so they can't fire their energy weapons anymore. Now, kinetics will still be a threat, and a lot of them do have really strong kinetics output. But if their weapon subsystems are offline, they can't grind you down, and then you can kill them in that period of time. Sure, you could kill them a little faster with their shields down, but like in that level of performance, the balance between your output and your survivability is probably going to be a little bit more in the survivability direction. Like stacking more damage gets a little harder, so stacking ways to keep yourself alive by suppressing the enemy gets a little more valuable. And if you're a control-y build, like just for theme, like having it in the engine slot, like you can like, okay, look, Lem, I just got broken up with. I'm feeling really bad, so I just need to talk. um but you can throw this in your engine slot, right? And then all of a sudden everything around you isn't moving anymore. Like screw gravity well as a control player, right? Like it's sucking things in, but they can move in out and they have their resistances and their immunes, they can fly away. Or everything around you just doesn't have an engine subsystem for 10 seconds. That's actually really goddamn strong. We just what? Alright. I need to hit the restroom real quick. I'll be back in like 30 seconds. Okay. Let's do this. All right. So let me go fly terribly in an ISE and show you all how rough ERL is. And like it's really funny these days. Um what we consider like at the high end bad, like this will do over a million DPS, right? That's a lot. And it's single target. You're doing a million DPS, a million five to like a single target. My pug AOE builds are like 3-ish, right? and are hitting so many more targets. Like that's Fa, right? And Fa's doing, hitting so many targets. 1.5 million to one thing is a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage dumped into one thing. Like it's conceptually, like, we have this weird, like, we only care about the total final number, and that's not really like the best way to think about it, because like you have to consider that, like, um when you're flying single target, you have to snap between targets. And where is the dual battery? There it is. You have to snap between targets, and that takes time because your firing cycles have to, like, stop. Yes, very much so. People always forget the second part. All right, let's go into an ISC and, get stream sniped. Um, but like single target, like, I wouldn't rate single target DPS on the same scale as AoE DPS because of those differences. Like a 1.5 in a situation where, like, you also have, because another thing to think about is that we have this context, right, of the DPS being one player who has the most, and like high-end people who do splits know how to not think this way because you care about how much the nuker can do, but we don't really consider, like, collaborative clear numbers to be a thing. We care about what the star of the show does, right? And we don't sing so much about the team's total performance. We care about, like, what the one person does. But, like, because it's easier to dump a ton of buffs onto one person and get that optimized. But, like, there's a world in which you could bring two Cheopses to an HSE and, like, maybe even clear it faster with a total higher DPS. Just everyone's doing less individually. But we don't play that way because we're not racing about that, right? And, like, maybe we should be. I'm gonna get a little quiet for a second as I concentrate. I'm not gonna pay attention because that is the biggest mistake everyone makes when trying to fly on stream. I'm going to get quiet for a second. Yeah, see, I've already forgotten to put their team out.
Scanning the nanite transfer. Got it. Digital data available.
It's gonna split because I had to turn to do that. The ship is too slow to not do that.
The nanite probe can repair the transport. Stop them.
It's such a mess. Such a messy run. Yeah, that was rough. I was not playing well. Um, yeah, no, but Spencer's right. Single target experience.
Sensors confirm that the transwarp conduit has been destroyed.
I need to quickly add a window to this. 1 second. I gotta edit my OBS setup because I forgot to set this up ahead of time. Just give me 1 second. Sources. Oscar. There we go. Okay. Awesome. Let's just bring this over here and bring Oscar Live above that. That's right. I didn't solve this problem. Okay, I need to. And then, that's right. I did solve this by doing this. Cool. All right. Cool. I'll fix it later, Spencer. I'm just in. I do know that. I just forgot to do it, and I'll dig out where to do it later. Yep, and then we'll just bring this up because I don't need this here right now. Okay, cool. So y'all can see Oscar fine, the breakdown. So this was a fairly bad run. Oh, I'm on the wrong. Ooh, we need to bring the in animal. That's a fun little thing. All right, so here we go. So as you can see here, CPF did a good chunk of damage. If I hadn't had CPF here, if I wasn't using plasma for ERL, any other trait I could have brought for this would not have made up 150k on an ERL setup, right? Like, oh man, I forgot. God damn it! So I forgot to do the bug unscrew. I'll need to go back and see if it worked. I have the suspicion. Let me go test that right now. Actually, let me go test that. So the whole inventory swapping thing, I think consuming something also counts for the inventory modification. I'm not certain. I have to find out. But I'm gonna go and see if a consumable will fix the no trip problem for some of these traits and things. So we're gonna go watch some flags for a second, and then we'll break this down so I can talk about it. But the long and short, without CPF, like, you'd be down 10% DPS with any other trait. Anything else you could have put there, you'd be down like 10% of the ERL output. Like, I also did this build with Foul Anti-Proton. That's one of the only other ways I found of really pushing ERL harder, is using it to cheese the lithium transporter some. But it wasn't as good as Complex. But it's also, really, really fun. I actually like the thematic synergy of Complex and ERL. Like, it jives, right? All right, so we're gonna check here. All right, so no, I'm just gonna back off real quick, run away. So we got no proc for fire everything. We're gonna try it again. No proc on fire everything. Just gonna reset it real quick, and then now I'm going to consume a battery. And we're gonna see. All right, so no, consuming the battery doesn't. So now we're gonna move that. Oh, my bad. Sorry, forgot to. Thank you for pointing that out. I need to set up a macro for that. I need to buy a stream deck because I just want to be able to do this easy. Pop it again, and there we go. Okay, so, yeah. So, yeah. So consuming doesn't. It is literally changing an address in your inventory. Any movement causes it. So now I'm gonna just run it again. Still procs. Gonna roll around for a minute. Not do much of anything. Just let it cycle. Alright, I did not change my inventory between that. Let's hit it again. Still works. Alright, so it is, like, it is actually changing an address of an item in any combat. And then a map change, I think, causes it to reset, and you have to do it again. Which is, I forgot to do that. I was wondering why it felt a little anemic. I was missing 40% Cat 2 all. I forgot to do that chain, that, like, the moment you wrote into a TFO with this bug, you need to change it in your inventory, and I forgot to do that. Anyways, let's go back to talking about the parse, right? So with this in mind, that it was not a great run, like, you got the dual ultimates here, you've got, let's see, what else, the plasma array, the ultimate array, the defense turret, two, the plasma fire. Yeah, so, like, even with, calculator up real quick, let's see how much of the damage was, like, directly attributed to the guns on ERL. Also, I need to hit Shenga up. Exceed rated limit self damage is showing up in the parse. It's not a lot, but it's there and it needs to be excluded. Alright, so 406,000 ish DPS from that ISE was from the guns directly, and that's not accounting the actual, like, knock-on stuff like the lithium and complex plasma fires, which I think are fair to count in, like, your due DPS. But that's only 40%. Everything else was from additional sources, like a chunk of that being scientific burst, which is so swingy. Like, I like scientific burst, well, any of the damage from the evolved console, but it's so swingy. Sometimes it's like 40, sometimes it's 150. Like, and that's, like, just super dependent on the battle space. You can't really do anything about that. You can't, there's nothing in your gameplay that can really make that consistent. It's just like, hey, sometimes everything's got its shields down and takes the hit, and sometimes they're well debuffed, and sometimes enough of them are in range. Like, it's, you don't control when it goes off, right? You can't press a button at the right time. It's just, oh, I got the last tick of damage on the stack happened at the right time, and I got a big burst out of it. Like, that's it. You know. Same deal with the Obina console. Like, you can do your best to be positionally in a good place to cause that to happen as often as possible, but there's only so much you can do about that. Get it up to 1-3, 1-4, 1-5, but more of the runs are in, like, the 1 to 1-2 range than not. And, like, again, we talk about the investment here. Let me bring Oscar down. We talk about the investment here, right? Like, this is an expensive build. It's not, it's comparably expensive to other things that swing, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times as hard. And that's kind of where single target is. Now, this is, like, one of the worst ways to do single target. You can get more out of surgical consistently. You can get more out of overload consistently. And overload's cheaper, and surgical's about the same. But, like, surgical, you have to, oh, damn, why is this still here? Did I accidentally save it? Cultural should not be here. Because cultural does not work with this, so I was also losing something. Hate loadout stuff. What should I have? It should be here instead. Oh, that's right. I was playing with diametric for this stream stuff. Let's put that back on. I was about to say, like, one of the problems with spec modes is that you can't use cultural with it. And this, if I believe, should be bolstered. Yeah, it is. So, um, yeah, one of the problems with spec firing modes is that you cannot use any W procs with it that are other firing modes. It really changes how you build and how consistent some things are. I mean, any haste-driven spec mode is going to do well with CPF, right? Like, there's nothing about reroute that is specifically better. I think reroute has better haste scaling. So like, yes, better because reroute's just better than ERL on paper at least. Because ERL is what reroute rather. Let me go find someone that has pilot. Yeah, so I don't remember its scaling off the top of my head. Yeah, so 150%. Like it's better. It's just better. The downside to reroute, that's yeah, 225. So yeah, reroute is just better. The downside to reroute is that you do have to sacrifice build space in other ways to manage the engine power. There are ways to do it. You need to have things like the best way to manage reroute is by having power addition that isn't subject to EPS. That's just there and instantly lands. So plasmonic leech, drain sources, the Bajoran core is another okay way to do it, but is like really finicky. But like, you can't modify the power drain of reroute. It's just because all of the weapon power cost stuff is specifically looking for the weapon subsystem. So even well, yeah. I mean, engineer, it's fine. Like fine-ish, like because you don't have permanent uptime on those things. You're gonna have blackouts, and if you dip too low, the whole thing shuts off. So like it's again, it's that malice set of malices that are just like way aggressive, and require very specific management. Um, but and like there's ways to deal with it. Like there's the whatchamacallit, the Borgdoffs that give um power, the miracle worker ones. There are ways to cheese that, but like then you're giving up bridge space, right? So security officer, I do not know these off the top of my head. I have never sat down and decided to memorize these. All right, so like 50% chance to set power levels to maximum for 5 seconds. That's really good. The chance is a bit low on tack, but like if you one of the things I like doing for things like this is with attack ones, you can run fresh from R&R for a attack team that runs every 10 seconds instead of every 15. That significantly increases rates. Also gives you like a cleanse in the build and like being straight here, being real. All of these like additional damage traits that we use, like freeing, like the cat one from here, like Terran, um, they're not contributing like that much. That like losing something here, dropping like sure with a lot of us we're not having as much cat one as we used to because a lot of us don't use as many cat one consoles as we used to. So like this amount of energy do cat one makes sense and is more impactful. But like you could lose one of these and pick up fresh and like it's it's good. It's a net positive to your build in just the non numerically reflected ways. We can be a little myopic that way, where the only like we see things that are we're used to looking at our parses, right? And those numbers give us direct feedback, but there are things that aren't reflected in those numbers directly. like you're getting this proc more often, so you're having more power more often, and like sure number goes up, but it's number across a bunch of things and not directly. Like you can't just see it, right? At least not in a way that like you're used to seeing. Um, and there's also just stuff that doesn't reflect at all. Like one of the things, the hard things to evaluate is that reverse shield polarity, right? And anything that's derived from reverse shield polarity, like a budding alliance, doesn't give a heal line. It's shield regeneration. It's not shield restoration. It just hits your shields, gives you the number, and it doesn't spit out a log line. So you have no way of actually evaluating that numerically. You just know that it's good by looking at it. You just know through performance that, hey, this is good, but you can't actually numerically quantify it because we have no output. There's just no way to know that. Um, and that kind of is rough, right? And there's a lot of things like that. Um, we we can't quantify hull regen except for by doing the math for it, right? Hull regeneration is super duper strong. Like it's super strong, provided you get enough of it for a slot, right? So like let's go back here, right? So damage taken. Let's look at some randos. Oh, that's not a good. This isn't a good parse to evaluate that. Let me go through my logs real quick and find something that I can use to teach. All DPS. That'll work. This'll work. This'll work. Okay. Let's go back to Oscar. Oop. Okay, so damage taken. Hull DPS, right? You can all see that hull DPS? Cool. So this is an ISE. I took 4.2k IDPS to the hull in that run, right? It wasn't this build. I think it was the Armstrong, and let's spitball here. The Armstrong build has like 120k, 130k hull cap. Let's call it 130,000, right? I need to add a new thing to the calculator. Let us add a new module to my overlay so you can all see math. I like that idea. Do you like that idea? I like that idea. So let's add a new source. Let's do app. Window capture, add window capture, calculator. Okay. Let's just I'll create a window for this later. Let's just put this down here for now. I'll add it to the overlay. All right. So, we have 4.291k IDPS, right? So let's say the 130k build, right? Let's talk about like the importance of why we like Disco, the Disco 2-piece, right? The Disco 2-piece is 120% combat hull regen. Some sources of hull regen get cut down when you enter combat because hull regeneration does that by default. So like the damage control skill, which has other things about it that are wonky, a lot of things like that get cut down in combat. Disco doesn't. So at 130,000 DPS, 120% of your hull, right? 1.2 rather. So that's 1.2. So and then per second, so divided by 60, 2,600 hull per second. Now, if you look there in the ISE where I took the most IDPS, and that was 4.2, just by slotting the 2-piece, I handled more than half of what I had incoming, just from that set. And that doesn't count the base hull regen I have going on, right? Where, like, let's just do a quick look at my build right now. So on this build right now, I have 300% hull regen in combat. 300, right? So let's do that same deal again. Where's my calculator? So this build has 130,000 DPS, call again, right? Do that again times 3 times 3 divided by 60. Well, would you look at that? Well, would you look at that? 6,500 HPS just by existing, just by floating around. You think, like, now this isn't a guarantee that I won't die, right? Because this is just a representation of averages. But that's a really good average. I could get spiked through. There could be a moment where I'm taking, you know, 3 shots that are worth more than my hull, and when that happens, you die. Like, if you don't have a death catch, if you get just sniped by damage that overwhelms your resistances and does more damage than your hull cap and your regen can handle, yeah, you die. But like building for those moments isn't really efficient. But the point is that like hull regen's super important. Like it handles all of your pressure. It's not that hard to get this, and like it's one of the most important things for building for durability. Like, excuse me, in your endeavors too. Like people dismiss the regen, and I'm like, bro, the regen in endeavors is combat regen. Like the hull cap you get is super important because regen is percentile, percentages scale madly. So like the more hull cap you get, this number go up. Like that's why one of the big reasons why we like prototype ablative Javanite hardpoints. Like we have this. Let me go back to the game. We have this consumable that all of us use and everyone should. It's not terribly expensive. It lasts 15 minutes. I think they're what, like half, like usually around 50,000 plus or minus 10,000 EC per go. Maybe they're 100 and something thousand. I don't remember. Someone can correct me. But just clear the calculator for a second. I need to rename that real quick so I don't forget what it is. Calculator. All right. So, like that's a full, that's 100 hull cap skill. That's a full skill tree worth of hull cap. That's I think what 30%. Yeah, an extra 30% off your base hull. Like that's a lot. That's a lot. It's like that's a lot. And it doesn't cost terribly much. It's 15 minutes worth of gameplay. Like you can. I'm gonna go check the exchange unless someone wants to quote me real quick. How many people do we have? 6 and 13. Christ. All right, so we've got like 30 some odd people watching right now. Hey guys. Like, let's go see what they cost right now. Yeah, 65K per, like, yeah, 65K per. You can go play an endless patrol right now. Spend like what 3 to 5 minutes, and the EC you get from that will get you 2, 3 of these. And then you go play TFOs for an hour, and then you go and harvest all the drops from those. It fuels itself. Like if you're playing TFOs and picking up random drops and shit, like you're not caring about that income. That income's not what you care about. But you can pick up a couple of these for like every hour you play, and just keep fueling that. Like this is, and you can craft these, right? These are crafted. You get the Javanite commodity. There's a DOF mission on Deep Space Nine to craft these, and you can make them yourself. It's a hard to it's stupid annoying to get to pop. So you get to have a character parked there, a couple characters parked there, and you cycle them. And if you really don't want to do that, I don't do it. I just buy them. Like if someone wants to, like that's the economy, how this works. Like someone wants to sit there and try and get that to work and do that thing, more power to them. I don't have the patience for it. So I just buy them. Yeah, no, it's not it like the actual materials for making this happen, super easy. Super easy. It's just patience and willing to like I want to go change this. Like I don't really harvest my account for Admiralty much anymore. I don't do the contraband spin. I don't have it in me right now to be clicking through tunes every day. Like I just harvest what I can from what I'm doing and like get shit when I need it, you know? Like my I'm very poor, but I also don't have much in the way of expenses right now. So like my and I'm not like partying as hard as I used to right now. So like I spend on the game because it's what I'm doing right now. But you can just do this yourself. It's not that big a deal. Um, but yeah, like let's go back. Let's get off this. Honestly, hold on. I need to check Discord real quick. Um, Buffalo's not around yet. Okay, 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 okay. All right. So those are the two things I got going on for tomorrow. Um, I didn't fly the Armstrong, so I might as well bring it back out. I mean, actually, I might as well not spoil them. So I want to show off both these concepts, but like I know I'm going on an official cryptic stream, and if I do both of these as like whaled out max development, these are as good as you can do. I kind of like the idea of showing like, hey, this is what Broadside Paw can do with like the same investment, and this is like way stronger and easier to use. This is why single target's in such a bad place. I like the idea of creating that contrast, but I also don't like going on and saying like, here's all the money, right? I wanna like represent because like some of y'all know me, like I've been doing budget stuff for a decade. Like you remember like the Cheap Deep series and like uh once a year I post about the Hirogen Hunter and what you can do with it. Like I don't like necessarily representing myself as like this is all the bling, but like I also want to show this thing, this rough difference in single target and AoE, and like how single target needs to be that much stronger individually than AoE to actually have it be worthwhile because of how the game's designed, right? Like the game keeps sending waves at us, big waves. We don't have moments very often where like it's suddenly advantageous to be single target. Like, yeah, I don't know. I'll figure that out. Like, I suppose something else I wanted to talk. Oh, I just wanted to say I've been having a lot of fun with Disruptor recently. I'm a huge Klingon fan. I love Klingon ships. I always have. I just recently picked up the Last Stand bundle, so I finally have the Neg, and oh, I'm having so much fun with this ship. Like, this build is doing like 2 million pugs, and that's fine. Hold on a second. Had to cough. Excuse me. Um, I'm enjoying the hell out of it. I love being the big, chunky, brutal warrior stuff. And I really like this skin. I think they did a really good job on the gold foil stuff. Um I think the like the gold foil inlay stuff they did was really well done. I enjoy it. I'm flashy. I like that shit. Um So yeah, I don't I don't really have a plan right now. Like I was tired and bored and just kind of wanted to do something. Um and still waiting around for Fluffle to test the Sigma stuff because like the problem's been reported, but no one did an in-depth like dig into what's causing Sigma, and it's usually me and Fluffle who do that, and we haven't done it yet. I'm hoping that we can give the devs some sort of reproduction steps to reliably figure out what it is. We have some inklings, but we got to actually do it, and I hope that we can show that to you, how that stuff goes down. Um, is there any questions like that people have right now? I'm willing to like field questions and show stuff off. Like I kind of want to do some piloting stuff. Actually, I'll take this out and like what's the base um stats? I hate how this is another problem. I hate how this stuff is buried in our different menus. Yeah, okay, base turn of 10. It doesn't, wow, it doesn't list the inertia. Okay, this, we really gotta talk to them about their UI for this stuff. Um, I gotta bring up the wiki. Okay. What what do I wish the community knew more about? Um, I'll get to that in a second. Mayo. Tempest. Uh, it's nothing does. Nothing does because it is a bug. Um, it is a bug, and I'll explain it real quick. Um, have you ever heard the old story about the wise man who uh was who did something for a king and was asked like, do you want gold, what can I give you, and he said, give me a grain of rice on today, and then tomorrow give me two, and the day after that give me four. Have you heard that story in like, elementary school, explaining exponents? Any of y'all taught that, third, fourth grade when you're a kid, the how how things stack up? Yeah, yeah, no, you can know it from anywhere. You can know it from anywhere. So overwhelm emitters, when it triggers, it procs Kita. So on the first tick of overwhelm emitters, you get one Kita proc. On the second tick of overwhelm emitters, you get that one Kita proc plus another one. On the third tick of overwhelm emitters, do you see where this is going? As you continue to stream into overwhelm, it remembers each one and stacks the next one. So after a few seconds, because this is ticking every half second. So by the time you're shooting at it for like 5 seconds, you're starting to look at like considerable HPS. Most things die before it goes on for too long. In the end, it's not actually broken powerful. It's good. Um, I would be sad if it was reverted or changed or fixed or stopped from working this way, because it would just mean that Kita as a set falls out of relevance instantly. Um, but it's looking at like, if you've been shooting at a hard target for like 15 or 20 seconds, it's on par with the DPRM as far as durability is concerned. It's very good. It gives you a couple thousand HPS. Um, I've never seen it go beyond like 9 or 10k in a hot environment. It's very good and it's consistent, but you do have to give up, build space for it and be on a command ship. But otherwise, like none of the drains happen often enough. Like if I wouldn't even use it on a drain build because like the heal magnitude isn't enough and it doesn't happen enough to be worth it. And this is the sad thing about a lot of things where like they suddenly become like really interesting when they're bugged because so many of these things are really conservative. Like so many items in this game are um layered in fear design wise. They're so and Mayo's not like I'm not like there's a sense of fear of things becoming too good, too powerful, and so they're layered in restrictions. Oftentimes, multiple layers of RNG or lockouts that hurt really hard, and because they've been bitten, over the years, super hard of things just being runaway powerful, and so when they're designing things like this needs to only happen so often because it can't be too strong. And without context, those lockouts, those restrictions, those layers of RNG end up keeping things useless. Like there's so many cool things that I'd love to be like better. Like, hold on, where is it? I think it's polarity coil. Is it? Yeah. So polarity coil. Directed energy weapons deal an additional amount of kinetic damage, ignore shields to foe affected by shields offline, which I think it's really funny that it ignores shields to something that has an offline shield, but it's got a 10-second lockout between triggers, and I think that is not per target itself, so it ends up being just super weak. Like a why would I ever care about this level of weak? Like I can understand needing a lockout. I think it should have like a per target ICD, but 10 seconds with a, and this is on ground numbers, but even in space, this number is just so low that it's something that is present on the build. It shows up in the parse, but I do not care about it being there. And that makes me sad. I personally am a thematic fan of on-shot effects. I love on-shot effects. Shooting things and then getting more damage for shooting the thing because you did something. I like that. I love that sort of vibe, that feel. And this is like a huge disappointment. Like I saw that, I'm like, this is good. This could be cool, and then I saw the walkout, and I was super sad. But yeah, other things I wish people knew about. From the high end, no, the mid range, there's a lot of middling range damage consoles that are a lot of fun that people don't know exist. Like this one on this build, energy disruption blast emitter from the Orion Interceptor. Part of this problem is that it's locked behind a premium starship. This is a really cool thing. It's a skill shot console that pays off. It is a nose-based cone. It is target independent. It is a fixed cone on your forward arc. I think it's 45 degrees. I forget what the arc is. Is it a 90 or a 45? 135 degree cone. Yeah, it's a huge angle. 135 degree cone. So from your nose forward, if you can keep your target group where you kind of want it, as long as you've aligned your nose well, everything in front of you in that cone gets struck. So it is entirely on you to make that work or not. And in a disruptor build, it can do on the low end. Like for me, this build does like 1.9 to 2.3 in a good run where people haven't screwed everything up on the battle space and I can have decent field control. It can slap for either anywhere between 60 and 120k. And also it's an offline. We've talked about things that do offlines. Engine subsystem offline for 10 seconds. So everything in there. Also procs, green cryonic. See, we've had this proliferation of offlines that have just showed up everywhere. It's kind of like making Drain even more obsolete because it does what Drain wants to do without any of the investment. And I personally love like that we have those things because Cryptic is terrified of Drains and they're worried about like it being too strong. It's like, darling, it is so far from being too strong right now. It is so we can do everything it wants to do with single button presses all over the game. Like it's really funny. To me, it's really funny. But yeah, so the only criticism I have of this console, is that it scales with aux, and that scaling barely exists. It barely exists. I wish it needs like I run high aux because of FPNA and everything, and like I wouldn't even matter. It wouldn't really even matter to the final output. It's a little bit. It's just a little bit of scaling, and that needs to be better. If things are present in a design, they should be like feelably present. The I scale with this, and then you scale a ton of it on it, and it like changes like a little bit. Like that okay, like that's kind of like my vibe. Like kind of like why I hate procs so much. Like, oh, they exist, they do something. Oh no, they really don't. Like, why are they even there? Like or consoles that do damage, big air quotes, do damage, but like on a 2 million DPS build with every stat scaled for it, it does like 5k DPS. Like, well, but it also has some control aspects that are like the big bulk of the console. Like, why does the damage even need to be there? Like, if the big show of this thing is that it does an effect and the damage is kind of that, why is the damage even there? Why do like just make it really good at the thing you want it to be really good at? Don't even bother with the damage. It adds a perception of weakness, right? So like if it's a really big like let's do a hypothetical console. There's actually not even a hypothetical console. Let's talk about this because there is one. Believe no, it's I keep forgetting the name. All right, so I have Greythor, right? Really, really, really strong control ability. It's basically a long duration gravity well with a fixed range of 5 kilometers. So you can't expand it. It's one big weakness. But on a build where you can't, it's got the passive. Oh, it gives you 10% cooldown reduction on universal consoles. That's shit. That's bad. It doesn't even matter. It's not good. You don't need to care about that. It's not. It shouldn't. That shouldn't be a consideration. But it's a really strong control for like live environments where you don't have your gravity well in your build, like you can't fit it or whatever, or you need to fit something else instead. And you don't need to suck up a ton of things over a long distance. You just need to control like a spawn when it comes in, right? You can use that. It's really strong, lasts forever. It has damage on it, right? But that damage is so insignificant, so unimportant that like people look at it, it's like, oh, it doesn't really do damage, and then they stop thinking about the control aspect of it. They go, this is really kind of weak. It doesn't do much. Like, why even have it do damage? Why even have it do damage? Like, it's if you're not going to give it like even a reasonable chunk of output, like, just don't even do it. Just make the big show of it more impactful. Make the big show like really like, oh my god, this does a ton of control. Like 5 kilometers, screw that. 10 kilometers, like make it the star. Like have things do things and do them well. Like I want to feel that. I want to feel things. This game has so many flashy things that like I don't feel. It goes big, boom, splash, cool, and then nothing happens. Like I want to feel, right? I want feedback. I want to know what I just clicked did something. Okay, end of that rant. Let's talk about some more stuff. Right now, again, this is kind of is this bugged? Is this going to change? We don't know. The Tholian set, right? Some of you may have heard about this. Tholian. What's the actual name of this item? Tetrium. All right, so we're going to talk about procs again. So we've been using the Tholian core in the meta for quite some time. It on kill, it generates a crystal. When you look at the thing, on kill, it generates a crystal that deals radiation damage, or can be rolled over to give yourself some secondary shielding. A lot of like rando players and TFOs see crystal and fly over it and seal the potential damage, and that's obnoxious and kind of like off and rough. But like it's still really strong. Like if you fly well, if you have good field control, the core by itself can give you six-figure damage in certain content. Oftentimes, it's not that much. It's still good to have. What we're talking like 30 to 60k on like general content, as opposed to like a really well done solo ISE where you can get 100 to 200k out of it, right? The set provides, well, first let's talk about the Omni. The Omni itself provides a 2.5% chance on hit to create a Tholian Warp Crystal. The thing here is that the crystals from the Omni always crit. The crystals from the core never crit. We don't know which one's supposed to be, like, both of those feel wrong. Never crit, always crit. Both of those feel wrong. Like, there's plenty of things in the game that don't crit. I kind of hate that anything can't crit. The only thing that I get is reflected damage, because reflected damage takes an incoming shot that has already crit or not, and then sends a portion of it back. I get why that can't crit. I feel that's a good, that exclusion feels okay. I don't think anything else that can't crit shouldn't be able to crit. I think everything else, either like it's critical hits are part of MMOs. Like, stop it. Stop it. But beyond that, because like it doesn't tell you. Like, there's no feedback. It doesn't say, hey, and this cannot crit. And like, why can't it crit? To give me a good reason. Well, because we didn't want it to. That, that's just, again, that's fear, right? So the crystals spawned by the Omni can all crit and are all subject to the large damage scaling from critical hits. On top of that, you have the three-piece, Tetrion Nucleation, which is a 2% chance on hit with Tetrion damage to create warp crystals, which, again, I believe are subject to the same always crit phenomenon. Here's the thing. And then the 4-piece just increases that to 3%, and also gives you a 3-minute recharge ability that makes them track, which can be used for a really big alpha spike at the right moments. It's a skill shot. I wish it wasn't 3 minutes. I wish it was like 1 minute or a minute and a half. I hate these unreducible, long duration set bonus abilities. This is not that game. 3 minutes is an eternity, and I hate these. But this is good enough that, like, it's actually strong for what it is. I just wish it was more usable. But anyways, this 2%, this 3% is an on-hit with Tetrion damage. That's not cycle with do. That's not per shot do. That's any instance of Tetrion damage. Any. So let's discuss the implications of that. We have here the automated heavy Tetrion emitters console. It is from one of the Akiras, I think. Someone correct me on that. I don't remember the exact source. It's a C-store console. It's not expensive. You could get it with your campaign reward, and if you have the Vovin or To Hell with Honor and Uncon, you can keep it up fairly often. It's a 20-second console in duration for like its active. It's channeled, so it has the same uptime problems as DPRM in that while it's active, it is toggled on. It cannot be cooled down. I also hate any console like that. It seems kind of arbitrary when it is. Like, I get the idea. It's kind of like monitor. Thank you. All right. So it is a It is a legendary thing. Memory was wrong, so it is a little pricier to get. Um, Strong console in this context, though. Before Atholian sort of sifted to the surface, this was still a decent Tetrion themed console. It did reasonable damage. Like you could get like 20 to 30k DPS out of the active, which is just to say is basically a mini Fa, a mini Tetrion Fa. You hit every 2 seconds. You hit two random foes with a Tetrion beam. If the foe's shield facing is 10% or lower, it chains to additional target and applies a Cat 1 bonus to you for Tetrion damage, up to 50% Cat 1. And those stacks last 30 seconds. So that's pretty significant. Even without and they refresh. So like the last instance of that damage will give you 30 seconds from the expiry of the channeled mode, so you can get that cooldown again and generate stacks again before you lose them all. Like once that's rolling and you're consistently rolling it, that's pretty much always going to be just 50% Cat 1 Tetrion, which is 1.25 epic mags. Like that's good. That like you're getting you're getting a mag's worth of Cat 1 back plus a little extra just from it being there. I like that. That's good. That's a good synergy. That's a good rolling system there. You can get that going. That's worth having. But again, every 2 seconds, you're getting like 1 shot per second essentially to random targets plus the chain, right? So that's 2 impacts per second, I think, right? That's making sense to me. Assuming like let's assume every shield is down, because in a high-end build these days, every shield is down. It's 2 shots per 2 seconds, so that's a shot per second. Put an extra one, so that's 2. So yeah, 2 extra shots per second while this is up. For crystals, right? That's a significant attack rate increase. That's like, an extra beam array. All right, I'm gonna address the whole 3-3 thing in a second. But this is a really good synergy. Tetrion's real cheap. Tetrion's very cheap. Like, go look at Tetrion mags. They're almost always sub 1 million. Like, as this idea has filtered. So, the Nukara refraction weapons do apply. They're a Tetrion damage source. The bounce is a damage source. But we fall into the trap of it being a per cycle proc. If I remember correctly, you're losing a mod for it, right? So let's go to Nukara and the store. Yeah, you're losing a mod for the proc. It's 2.5% chance per cycle. With a ton of haste, you might get 1 extra roll every 5 seconds. That's not enough. I'm losing so much more damage. That's from just losing the mods. That's not worth it. Like, that's the problem with so many of these things. They just don't happen. Like, first off, I think the proc mods shouldn't exist. There are no procs in this game where, like, the proc mod makes sense. Just, like, let them be stronger. Like, it's just, like, why? Why is that there? Like, the spiral mod is the only way it was ever done right. In that, like, you got a little extra for actually having this thing. And even then, I think that was just too much. Like, it threw everything out of whack. Like, the only reason why we care about spirals isn't the extra proc, it's the fact that you get 2 damage mods rolled up into it. Yeah, again, the Tetrion experimental, the subspace depth charge thing is that it's not good enough, right? Like, whatever you gain from that, you're losing out from, like, not using Hexa or Pi Hands or the Deca Disruptor, like this, or Psionic, the Gaul, right? Like, it's not doing enough, right? Like, it needs to generate a ton of hits for it to, like, have crystals spawning fast enough to be worth the lost damage. Well, the thing is, it's not even that spirals are so good, right? It's not even that spirals are so good. They are literally 3% better on the do output. Like 3% is like, okay, cool, I'm doing more, and so we care because we're micro optimizing here, right? But 3% is like, whatever. You don't like example here, and the reason why like this is even kind of like a moot conversation. My current solo ISE record, which was set a while ago, I haven't been grinding solo ISE in ages, but like last year I did a 3 million DPS solo ISE, which is not nothing. I did that with ROM Plaz, which has a proc mod, right? Now, like, there's people in this room probably still watching that are, better than me, but like the majority of you, like, come on, you didn't do that. You're hyper optimized. You're running spirals or the right phasers, and like you're doing all the right things, all little micro optimizations, but you didn't get 3 mil. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That's why I'm like, so like, well, so why is the malice even there? It doesn't matter. Like you're just making perceptions go down. Like spirals aren't that much better. It's just people hyper optimize because like it's easier to have this thing that is air quotes better than become a better pilot. It's easier to make the stat go up and feel better, like I'm doing more now. When you are leaving like you're doing like 500,000 DPS with a very similar build to something I use, and you're leaving a million plus DPS on the table just because your hands aren't good. Like the best thing, like the best upgrade you can do is getting Mark 15 hands. Yeah, no, like basic anti-proton with the innate extra crit D is like, depending on how much you've invested in crit H, is also just like straight up a better choice than most things. In absence of the other aspects of the build, right? Like we can talk about like the things that do matter, right? Like you've got we'll go ahead in a second. Kel, yeah, like crystals, they're also entities. All entities are subject to the entity cap. Ponder, no, like no, you don't need to spend deadly to get through the game. You can clear the entire on normal. You can clear the entire story with zero money, with nothing from the C store. You can go play Elite with nothing from this, with zero money, with nothing from the C store. You can go be reasonably effective in Elite with nothing from the C store, with nothing from like premium stuff, with just without the wallet cap. So you're fixed. I will. So with the fixed wallet cap of 15 million, where you can have no more than 15 million ever, and not even buying keys to trade with people, you can do 300,000 DPS with mission rewards, rep rewards, fleet stuff, and sub 15 million EC gear off the exchange. And you can do it with a brand new account. It'll take you about 90 days. It'll get you 90 days to 250,000 DPS. With zero premium investment, with never opening your wallet, with not even considering free stuff from events. Not even a T6. Sure, if you know what you like. Again, like, of course. Of course, like, if you know what you're doing, that's the point here. Like, the game doesn't teach. That the game's biggest flaw is its poor tutorialization. It's got a decade and a half of debt. Like it's going back to like how the game starts. It doesn't show you how to do anything. It doesn't actually know anything about its own systems. The way ships come at default, when you buy a ship from the vendor with the C store, you've got a random smattering of weapons. Like, so it's got a beam, a dual beam bank, a cannon, a torpedo, got a mine in the back. That all makes you think that that's like a good way to play, right? And early game really pushes like the Federation tutorial really like still pushes the idea you use energy weapons to whittle away at shields and you smack them in the face with torpedoes. And that's just not how the end game plays. So it actively teaches you the wrong way to play itself. And you get to the big hump, right? You get to Delta Rising, right? And all of a sudden you hit the Vaudoir. And for the first time ever, you need to do counterplay. Because before then, on normal mode, you can largely get through everything. The Alachi can pose some issues early game for Romulans. There's a couple missions with where they spawn way too many enemies. The big Alachi fleet fight, honestly, way, 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 way overtuned for the level it's at. There's just with like the three dreadnoughts, the second worst hump in the game besides Fog War. I think that's a mistake. Um, that needs to be looked at because like I just I just did a playthrough on a fresh account, no endeavors, 0 to 200,000 DPS because I'm building up a tutorial series. Um, I'm working on a tutorial series that is going to be very like bites of information at a time. Uh, and so I had nothing, no unlocks, no nothing. I was just working on what I could get from the game as a fresh blank thing, and that was the only time I died in that playthrough. Was that mission where you launch into space and there is like 40 Alachi on the map. Yes, you have a supporting fleet, but you're doing more than them if you're even a little bit competent, and so you're going to generate all the aggro, and you have no way to heal or save yourself from that kind of incoming fire. No amount of hull restoration that's available to you is going to make Hazard Emitters 2 good enough to handle that. Reverse shield polarity isn't going to be enough at like reverse shield polarity 1 or 2. Even with like 3 nodes of restoration, and you don't have enough skill points to push yourself hard enough to work through it. You have to like the only way through that is to go in, pull some stuff out, pull 1 or 2 ships out, kill them. Go in, pull 1 or 2 ships out, and kill them. You actually have to engage in like some counterplay in a way that the game has never made you think about before. It's never introduced you to like complex field control, which frankly you don't have to do at the high end either. But like it you had to go in and nibble. Like it's such a dramatic shift in thought and philosophy and psychology of engaging with the game. It's a mess, right? But then you get there again at Vaudwar, right? And Vaudwar, we all remember Delta Rising, best expansion, players love it. The point there was to punch you in the face and make you buy a T6, right? But it's too much. Like it's the kind of like negative feedback that you get in like, because this was very early free to play, right? Star Trek Online went free to play very early in the development of the concept of free to play games, and so they did we need to hit you and make you feel like you need to engage with the purchasing, right? We're beyond that now. People buy T6s because those are the ships you use. You don't need that pressure anymore, and it was bad then. Everyone hated it. It felt awful, and like but we don't have T5Us anymore. We don't, and the T5s you get at level 40 have so little HP that you hit that new level of difficulty, and it is genuinely impossible for someone to continue. Like they start dying all the time. If you have no education, like I am me, right? I think it's a fair statement that I know what I'm doing. I know a lot about what I'm doing. And I hit Vaudwar and I started dying. I engaged in a lot of counterplay after that, right? I said, all right, I'm going to double down. I'm actually going to like play this hard. I'm going to try hard this. And there are ways to engage with Vaudwar in most of those missions where you're not dying all the time. But the thing is that if I made a mistake, if I made one mistake, I died. If me, made one mistake, I died. With all of these undereducated players who have no idea what they're doing, they're going to make mistakes every 10 seconds. So they're going to die, and then they're going to respawn after the timer, and then they're going to die again. That timer gets longer, then they're going to die again. That timer gets longer. How many people are quitting the game? How many people are quitting the game there? I want to see those metrics. I'd love to see those metrics. I want to see how many people are dying and quitting, and I want to see how many people are learning that dying is normal. Because that's worse for me. I hate that more. That dying is normal. That throwing yourself into a situation and just exploding and doing it again and again and again until you finally get past it is normal. I think that's shit game design. I think that's terrible. And I mean this without any malice here. I'm just frustrated. Like, I think that's terrible game design. It's okay for VOD War to be harder. It's okay for VOD War to be harder. They are. They're written in such a way that they're more aggressive and they have some more tricks and you have to think around them. Like let's talk about it. Like the constriction anchors, right? They're not tractor beams, but they are holds. So polarized hull doesn't work anymore. But you don't have any tools anymore. You don't have tools anymore to directly counter that. Because before then, if you were struggling with tractor beams, you just used polarized hull, and then it was not a problem at all. It was not a problem at all. Think I am in the process of making tutorial videos, but like low key, pay me. You want me to do your work? Compensate me. You don't have to contract me. Give me some T6s or something. I'm making up for your your deficiencies. Pay me. All right. Enough of that anger for a second. But anyways, so constriction anchor. It's not a tractor beam, so it doesn't. Yeah, Rip Dolly Parton. Like, she was a good egg. So yeah, polarized hull doesn't work, right? There's two sources of constriction anchor in VOD War. You've learned that this is a threat. And this is where a lot of players fail because they they don't do threat analysis. They just throw themselves back into it, right? Constriction anchor. The VOD War scout vessels. I'm coming back to the 3-3s, I promise. The scout vessels have a built-in constriction anchor. They can just do it. So you need to kill them first, and you need to draw them away from the enemies that have the big smacky things. Like you've got the assault ships and you've got the battle cruisers that all have polar bombardment. Because like that's a combo you're dealing with, right? You get held by a constriction, you get whacked by the polar bombardment. So you need to pull them away, kill them one by one, and then move and kill the big guys. They're not, even though like the big damage source, like that's the trap there. Oh my god, these things do polar bombardment. I need to kill them first. No, you don't. No, you don't. You need to kill the scout ships. You need to pull the scout ships away and kill them. And then I think it's the mid-range cruisers that can drop constriction anchor. So you gotta bait them out, get them to drop it, because they can only do it every 2 minutes. Kill those constriction anchors, kill the big guys, come back and kill them. Like there's ways to pull apart those squadrons and kill them. But if you screw up at all, you're done. So you have to go through all of that analysis. You have to look at them, and the game has never, ever, 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 ever taught you to think of a spawn as a cohesive unit that has different features that you can pick apart and destroy and limit. Like that's thoughts from like a more complicated tactical game, right? That this to up until that point really wasn't. So like you can kill those spawns, but you will die. You will just keep dying, and it needs to that needs to change. And the solution is you go and buy a Hirogen Hunter for a few 100,000 EC, which you should have been able to save up the entire time. And that is the problem, is that you simply do not have enough HP to survive what's happening. And you should not be told that in this Star Trek game where you're trying to the Star Trek theme park where you're trying to be the thing you are. You picked a Romulan for a reason. You picked Fed for a reason. You picked KDF for a reason. Because you want to be Fed. You want to be a Klingon. You want to be a Romulan. And you're flying ships from that faction, from the basic vendor, because you want to be them. That's why you're here. And the solution to not dying in content is to go get a ship from a random alien race you may never have seen and be forced to fly that. And be forced to fly that until you can get a Fleet T6. Because the level 50 T5Us don't come with an upgrade token, and those upgrade tokens are rare and they cost more than a wallet cap for most people. So they have no way to fly a ship that is aligned with a faction that they want to be, that will survive content past Delta Rising without spending money. And honestly, fuck Cryptic for that. Like, that's fucked. The whole point of this game, like for most people, like I do crazy shit. I like the broken mess. I like to screw around and make machines that do interesting things. That's my fucking autism, right? Most people are here to be in Star Trek. Most people are here to feel like they're flying their favorite ship. And you know what? I get the whole like monetization structure. I get that the connie's locked behind money because that's how they make their money, and that's fine, whatever. But you should at least be able to complete the game, to play and participate in the game within the vibe you're looking for without opening your wallet. You should be able to just engage on a basic level and then earn things. And then maybe that'll be encouraged, like, hey, I like this. I want to get the specific ship I want. I'll buy it. I'll get the specific thing I want. Like, give a free, like, gimped T6 that's the vibe of the faction at level 50. Like, the light, like, give us the starter ship 2, right? Like, we start with a Miranda, give us something that isn't even, like, canon. Give us something that's so specific so that someone is like, I'm in the Fed vibe, I'm in the Klingon vibe, I'm in the ROM vibe, I'm in the Dominion vibe, but it's not the ship I want. So I'll go buy the ship I want, but I can at least participate in content until I can do that. Because you have effectively taken a whole chunk of your player base and said, you cannot play our game until you pay us. And like, I get that for the free-to-play model. I get that. But really, you're so whale-centered at this point. Yes, like the KDF recruit bot, but that is so inconsistent. That's like, what, twice a year? You have to start playing at the right time to not get punched in the face and quit? Like that is the game's biggest failure. You want to know why the player base isn't expanding? It's because you keep culling it. I have watched so many people come into Discords and complain about this thing and then vanish. I've been doing this teaching thing for 10 fucking years. I want to see those metrics. I want to know how many people get that far and never log in again. I want to see it. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they just, they do that thing where they just keep throwing themselves into death. Or maybe they finally open their wallets and that's why they get so angry about the game being free to play. Like, man, the whales, you have to whale to do it because they felt forced to buy a T6. They have no build knowledge. They have no idea how to construct and think rationally about combat and how to deal with it. And so they look at us doing the millions and they're like, that's the only way that this works. That's so bad. And it isn't. It isn't. No, I agree, Chell. It doesn't need anything. It doesn't need anything. It just needs scaling hull. It just needs scaling hull. It just needs scaling hull. Like, we just need it can even be that all T5 views now are free upgrade. It can now be that all T5 views get a free upgrade. Get that level 60 T5 view, the retrofits, bump that down to level 50. Drop that at level 50, have them all be freely upgraded. Problem solved. They're not good. They're not good ships. They're enough. They're enough to complete normal. You're not losing income there. You're not selling these ships anymore. And if you're making money off of T5U tokens, honestly, fuck you. Like, if they're concerned about revenue from T5 tokens, go fuck yourself. Like, that's insane. Now that I've said all that, let's go talk about 3-3s. Let's talk about 3-3s. Yeah, no, I mean, I don't even need to redefine the T5s, right? I don't even need to read it. They can stay, their legacy, it's whatever. Just the free ones you give away that are like, they are like, you've got the Galaxy, the Defiant, and the Intrepid. I forget what the ones for KDF and ROM are. I think like there's a Dederidex, the Mogai, and something else. They're pretty iconic, right? They're iconic enough that you're good, right? Don't need to change anything else about them. Just make them free T5U upgrades. We're past the era of T5s. Everyone wants T6s. Just leave it be. It's fine. Like that is a change that you can just do. Like just add. You don't even have to make an interface change like the Herogen Hunter where you automatically get a free upgrade. Just as part of leveling to level 50, get a free token, get a free T5U out of that list. You're good. Anyways, 3/3s. I don't think ships weapon counts matter. I don't think that there is, and I know that's kind of a wild statement. I don't think there's as much of a difference between a 3/3 and a 4/3 and a 5/3 and a 4/4 as any of y'all think there is, right? Good example here, right? There's balances and stuff like, but I can take a ship with an identical bridge, right? With a 3/3, and put it next to a 4/3, right? Same build, same, like when we're just talking do here for a second. Like, let's say 50% of a ship's build is like just the guns, right? The gun output, right? So let's go back to the calculator here. Let's do a little rational math here, right? So let's say on a 1,000,000 DPS build, right? Half of that is your guns, right? There's traits, there's stuff that scales off of it, there's other things. Let's just say 500,000, right? Now, let's divide that by 6. 83,000 DPS, right? Now so like if we're just doing like real simple, like removing all the variables math, the difference between 500,000 DPS and 583,000 DPS isn't qualitatively a lot. I know that sounds like a big jump, right? But it's like engaging with the game, the difference between 500,000 and a little under 600K, completion times aren't going up. Like, there's not this huge fucking jump. And like as you go up, right? As you go up in scale, this becomes less and less important to actual completion and just more and more to do with like your record, right? And so when you start getting up to like yeah, 3/3s are science ships, 3/3s are psi carriers. I can talk for a second about psi carriers. Psi carriers are the best carriers in the game right now. There are some other carriers, like if I were to create a tier list for carriers, which I don't like doing, I hate tier lists, but if I were to tier list carriers, um, most of the top 10 will be psi carriers. There'll be some dreadnought carriers in there too. Somewhere near the bottom, there would be like 1 or 2 flight deck carriers. But most of the best carriers are psi carriers, because the strongest way to build a pet carrier, and this is the context I'm talking about carriers, and carriers are carriers, so they're talking about pet damage. The best way to run pet carriers is a sort of a crate carrier, right? Psi carriers, by definition, have more uncons. And then beyond that, psi carriers also have field control in Gravwell 3 that nothing else that's a carrier does have. And applying pet DPS to well-controlled groups is one of the most impactful ways to increase your DPS on a pet build, especially if you're running AoE pets. Because they don't have to run around and not be applying their damage, because you have no control, or you have very limited control over where your pets are flying and who they're targeting and how much time it takes for them to get to point A to point B. So if you can control that variable by saying, actually, all the targets are right here, that's a substantial increase in pet DPS. And Gravwell 3 is unmatched at that, especially with appropriate scaling. Especially with using like quantum singularity manipulation to create that moment. It's a 5-minute cooldown thing, so you only get that moment once per run essentially, but that is super clutch. 100 extra control X just on a click to lock in the snapshot of Gravwell, just goes yoink, everything's here, and your pets are applying all the damage. No other carrier type can do that. It is psi carriers that own that. And then you combine that with the fact that like most side carriers have like a good chunk of side carriers have access to flagship staffing, which is a great way to buff your pets. And like you have a reasonable amount of uncons. There might be some like one of the reasons why I say like, hey, there's some flight deck cruisers that uh are in that top list. There's two for me, really. And that's the temporal Disco Connie because it has an enormous amount of uncon capacity, just tremendous uncon capacity. It's all temporal. You get timeline collapse, which is another great field control. You've got a lot of debuff in there. Like people, like we look at uncons kind of uncritically. Not all uncons are created equal. Some of them are faster on their cycle rate, like Heisenberg. Again, in temporal, 15 seconds, real good for that. But also you've got Quantometric Conversion Field, which is a damage suppression aura. Like it's an AoE field in which every NPC does less damage to you. That's really valuable. So you've got that going on, right? And then the other one would be the friendship, simply because you've got the combo of intel and command, which means you can juice FP&A, which is clutch it, which is core to making pets do really well. And you've also got flagship staffing available. So like through needs of the many, I should specify that needs of the many hits everything, cycles up with flagship staffing, and is a really good way to spread that. Also, a really good way to spread the trait cooperation as a dominant strategy, which is pretty core to pet builds too. Um, so like, I'm really against side carriers getting sec defs, but not because I think that makes them too strong. That suddenly that they're the best, EPG builds. They're already the best EPG builds. High-end EPG builds don't use sec defs. We we use uni consoles, cycling really fast, getting all that magic in one place. At that point, the sec def falls off because things are dying too fast. We don't have the bridge space. Like, sometimes I will have destabilizing resonance beam in there as a sec def proc in those high end builds, but I'm doing like 3 million DPS with my EPG build, and 50k of that's the sec def. Like, I can take it or leave it, right? So like this whole that makes side carriers too powerful. It's broken. It's like it doesn't. Even having if you give every single one of them sec defs, they were already better. They were already better. You're just not. You're just using the basic entry level. Like sec defs are really good to start out in EPG. It's an accessible tool. You can juice it really hard with accessible things. At the low to mid range, sec defs still critical, still clutch. But once you step beyond that, once you step into like really caring, sec defs stop mattering. I want that to change. And like people throwing around, they should all get sec defs and we should have a pet sec def. I don't want that. I want side carriers to get something that is more about them being carriers, right? Like, I'm not one to say, like, hey, they need to invent whole new systems, but kind of carriers, they need whole new systems, right? Carriers are a discovered build type. We have to remember this is a game that has a long development history, and that at the beginning, things had intent that do not exist now. Like, with the whole Omni debate, you gotta remember, game didn't launch with Omnis. The whole point, like the way you were supposed to, big air quotes, supposed to build was if you wanted to use dual beam banks, like you on a tactical ship, because back then a tactical ship was a tactical ship. That mattered. That idea was a thing. So you have a ton of tactical seating, which means you can run a bunch of different firing modes, right? So the idea was you have some cannons with a cannon firing mode, a dual beam bank with overload, just one, because remember, overload was a single heavy shot. And then you had turrets in the back eating the cannon firing mode to support that. Or maybe you had a mine to really help with that out. And you had a torpedo, so you had torpedo spread or high yield. And so that whole thing was like mixed building made sense because we had no extenders. Because overload was a single shot and was like a big vape moment. Like all of that made sense. That was how it was designed. Omnis didn't exist. And Omnis are something I'll save for a different rant. But the point here is that like carriers weren't a thing. Like the game started with the only carriers being the Vokuv for the KDF. That was their special thing. The Federation got science vessels. KDF got carriers. That was their analog. They were very different. But the carriers had nothing on them that made pets better. Pets just existed. Yeah, what Shell just said is just less efficient. Um, so over the years, we've gotten things. Over the years, we've gotten things that have interacted with the pet system, and so it sort of started to shape and take form. And kinetics is exactly the same way. They are discovered build archetypes. Like energy weapons with a torpedo was how you were supposed to play the game originally. And becoming these two separate build types where like you have 5 torpedoes and you've got all these torpedo traits. That's a discovered system. That's something that happened over time. And it didn't really happen with much in the way of intent. It just happened. Like they didn't sit down and say, let's make torpedoes a thing. Like we just started getting torpedo things. And then eventually they started like a community sprung up around it. And then we started getting things intentionally for it. I'll be right back for a second. I need to blow my nose. All right. So carriers are the same way. Like up until when did FPNA come out? 2022, I think. Up until a few years ago, pets weren't competitive. Like we were looking at pet builds that did at best 300,000 DPS. It was a very niche, tiny, fun thing. Like I've been a pet fan for a very long time. I've been a carrier fan for a very long time. Like it's why I'm the one who has the highest, damage pet dedicated builds out there. Like I've been pushing it. Like as we've discovered things, I've been looking at ways like me, Potsy, a few others have been really pushing the envelope on them and see how far we could go. Really, was it 2024? Okay, so even more recently. No. I was still homeless when FPNA was coming out, so it wasn't 2024. Micro missiles don't work with supercharged. Or they shouldn't. They weren't at launch. They're not supposed to. Oh wait, no. Supercharged they do. It's ETM that does it. Supercharged it should trigger, but I don't think that's not really good. Like there are specific torpedoes you can use with a do build and supercharged. That makes sense. Like dark matter, like that. I'll talk about that in a second. I will talk about how torpedoes make sense up until about 800,000 DPS, depending on your budget. We'll talk about that in a minute. But carriers, as I said, are a discovered build archetype. They're something that has happened, and it's been more on us putting components together and saying, now this is a thing. And whether or not Cryptic is on board with recognizing that is a whole other thing. Like they've started to, like we got FPNA, we've got Hangar Craft, we got Strike Group Command Authority, we've got Scramble Fighters, we got all these things that put together to make a really strong build. Like you can do over 1 million DPS where pets are your focus. Like I don't consider a build that is heavily do focused where like 75% of your damage is coming out of your guns, and then you've also got pets, or like 60 or even 50-50 split. I'm like, all right, that's not really a carrier build. That's like you've got some pet damage boosting, but you're not all in. For me, like a true carrier build is all about like what can I do with my pets and summons. Like that's that, right? And in that context, we're doing like 1.3 million, 1.2. There's sort of a side archetype that Dilla came up with recently, which is about the summons. only, like you doing it on a ship that doesn't have hangars. And I consider that like an adjunct, like to the carrier build. I like it. It does things. It's a lot of fun. Um, and someone asked about um, the hunters and the Vanguard, the Alliance Beacon. So I haven't deep dived as much as I should like the actual scaling on them. Uh, the scaling on the Alliance Beacon is damage type plus all, and I think crit. Um, and the scaling on hunters are weird. I'm not privy on exactly how they were coded, but there's a lot of things about the way they were coded that makes them inherit a lot of player stuff. Like when their shields drop, they and you're using if you've got Kittimer equipped, the Kittimer shield retaliation can source from a hunter. It can trip off of a hunter. They are inheriting your shield some for some reason. I haven't checked to see if other shield effects trip the same way, but I know that at the very least they're coded in such a way that they inherit the um, Hirogen the Kittimer shields proc. They inherit your crit, at least some of your crit stats. I don't think they inherit your hull cap. I don't think they're inheriting all of your like skill based things, but there is some global stats that they are inheriting. But yeah, cycling all the way back. Weapon count. It's really like there's some when you're starting out, it feels more impactful because it is, right? Like jumping from 100K to 150K in your development feels like a big step. And from 50 to 200, from 200 to 400, but then like from 400 to 600, then from 600 to 8, like you start making wider strides and more or less guns. Like, yeah, you're making your life a little harder because like you have fewer damage sources when you don't have as much going on in your build. It feels more impactful. But like the idea that 3/3s are just weaker, like no, they're just like ceilings at different level of development are different. Like you don't like I take 3/3s out for do all the time and they do amazingly. Like why would I care? It's just that like at a lower end, when you have less going on, you're more constrained. Like that's the point of growth, right? You're starting out at the beginning. You don't have a broad swath of tools. You don't have a large power base. So the ways in which you can do things that work really well are fewer, right? Like that's why I hate the whole like but my play style statement, right? That's not how my play style works. Like, well, you don't really have the luxury when you're starting out in low resource of doing things in like in unconventional ways because you'll sit there like my playstyle doesn't accommodate for this, but then also you're like, why am I dying all the time? It's like, well, you're doing weird shit that doesn't work. Like you don't have the tools to prop up like suboptimal ideas yet, right? Like you can get there. You can I do wild shit all the time that like I am propping up with strong things that make everything just better, right? But like you don't have that luxury when you're just starting out. Like if you've only like been here for 3 months, right? Like it's not that I'm trying to like it's not that we try and force people into doing the same cookie cutters. It's that like, hey, you really need to do it one of these like handful of ways to get to have a basic level of performance with the tools you have available so that you can go farm for the things to leave that path. Like at the beginning of the game, straight and narrow, right? Like, yea, though I walk the valley of the shadow of the death, so that I feel no, Borg. Or Mara art with me. But yeah, no, it really does come down to that. Like it's not about cookie cutters. It's not about like there's the right way to do this. It's like, look, you don't have tools yet. Like you have a limited tool set at the beginning of the game, and like a lot of these early tools, like a lot of buff abilities, a lot of traits, just don't do anything. So like there's stuff that will allow you to participate in the game until you can get to the point where you can do it well without doing those things. Like it's just a development path. It's not like it's not about like telling you what doesn't work for you. It's like no, this is just what you have available, right? Just play by the rules for a short period of time, grow outside of that. Like that's really how it is. Like what else? What else? Anybody like is there anything I missed so far? I know that people have said some things. I may not have returned to them. Does anyone else have any questions so that I can start like rambling for another 30 minutes? Let me set this back to default. I mean, like, let's talk about some of the weird shit, right? Let's talk about some of the weird stuff. What would be a good, the weird stuff to talk about? Like the thing is, like some of the Omni. All right, all right, all right. Let's talk Omnis. Okay. All right. SCW micro missiles. I just need to check. I don't actually remember off the top of my head. I think so. Let's start with assuming that micro missiles proc SCW, right? That makes sense. Let's just take that as a given. I think it does. I'm not gonna go check that right this second. So the thing with it is that you have to balance. Yeah. That. Thank you. The 800. So you have to balance what the item is losing you to what the item is gaining you, right? And the micro missiles are by design not damage heavy. They are pretty weak, right? In a full up kinetics build where I'm doing, millions of kinetics DPS, they show up as like 13 to 20k. Like that's bad, right? And in a do build, you're losing so much versus what else could be there, a turd or an omni, right? But SCW is super accessible. A lot of people get the Odysseys. Like they'll either get the legendaries or they'll get the bundle or they'll have a scimitar. There's a lot of ways to get SCW. So a lot of people have access to SCW. And it's a really strong tool for do-centric builds in the early game. Like it's available for a it's available for a campaign token. Like it works, right? So you need to then look at, well, what torpedoes can I use to trip it, and how does it compare to having to another cannon that could be there, right? And for a lot of people, versus also what other traits could be in that slot for the amount of money I'm willing to invest, right? Let's pull up SCW real quick, and so we can talk about it in specific numbers because I don't have it memorized. Right? So whenever you hit with a torpedo, you get at max stacks, it's 30% cat 1, 4.5% crit chance, and 19 and change crit severity, a little under 20% crit severity. That's a lot. It's only for directed energy weapons, but a lot of people in this class of player aren't doing heavy secondary sources of damage. They're not running crate. They're not running like a billion kinetic consoles. They're just running buffs. So it's their guns, right? And the thing that people often forget, this is only for your directed energy weapons. It is only your guns that are taking these buffs. The torpedoes aren't getting buffed, whatever. So the torpedo you're using matters. And it is worth noting that when this goes off under spread is multiple impacts. Each one trips the flag. It's trivial to get this running at 3 stacks. just all the time. It's just up. If you're using a torpedo under spread and you've got it firing and you're consistent with your spread rotation, it's just up, right? That's a lot of stat out of just one trait for a C-store trait. It's still like for what it's doing, there are very few C-store traits that match it. It's still up there, but you have to give up a cannon to run a torpedo. Most torpedoes are significantly worse than a buff cannon. Like an unbuffed torpedo is significantly worse than an unbuffed than a buffed cannon, and like compromising your build to try and like swapping out some do consoles for some kinetics consoles is gonna wind up being a wash. You're gonna be losing out, right? So there's only a few spread torpedoes that keep up with this, and it's really dark matter. There's a couple other people like, oh yeah, quantum phase is good. It's really not. Like the energy weapon torpedoes are really not good. Like the Nausicaan disruptor torpedo is really not good. It's if the firing rate's too slow, the damage is too low. It's not good. The agony phase torpedo is like, it's not really there. Dark matter between the proc, like the damage over time tick, the fact that tick can trip chemosite laced weaponry together usually means that it is keeping up with a cannon for most people up until around 800k. And it even makes sense to run entwined tactical matrices not as an extender, but as a way to get extra torpedo spreads. Because you can get like if you at a low development, right, you don't have a ton of duty officers. Most duty officers are absolutely ass. So run a couple PWOs. Your torpedo is now cycling more often, and you're running entwined. So now you're getting more spreads out, which means more dot, which means more chemo ticks, which means I've had dark matter on a build to land in that like 600 to 800k range. Its total damage contribution was better than most of my cannons. And you're also having battlefield effect by having more spreads, which means more chemo debuff out there. And if you're using temporal secondary spec, you've got now more entropic rider out there. You've got more of the what's the name of the temporal debuff? Entropic amplification, 10% like more dot damage. You've got where's the and atrophied defense, which means even more debuff out there. Like it's a pretty reasonably good combo. And like the only way for you to know when that stops being good enough for you is by monitoring your output and looking at what traits you have available for the slot, right? Supercharged weapons for like C-Store is pretty hard to knock out. Like we've gotten some competitors now, like Diametric Focus is really good because it's 50% crit severity for your weapons. It's like that's a good thing, but like what else is it competing with, right? Like you've got Calm, you've got Temporal Tunneling, but those are like inconsistent. Like they don't show up super often. Like Temporal Tunneling is only really consistent with 2 triggers because of failure rates on stuff. Like so like there's not a ton that you're competing with. You got EWC. Yeah, no, there are other kinetics things that count as torpedoes. So like you have the quantum warhead module, but like the quantum warhead module isn't even that good. Like I wish it was better. But yeah, no, it's but like using like the first thing people thought when they saw the micro missile, like, oh, we can spin ATM or like spin the SCW and make our do builds better. And like from jump, the micro missile was never designed to be useful for do. It was always like from like per Jeremy, like this was an experiment in giving kinetics a tool, and it is excellent at that. It is very interesting for that. And I expect that we'll see more things like that in the future. But jumping topics now, because I think I've talked that one sufficiently. The whole Omni drama. Here's the thing. Omnis are not the analog to turrets. There's this argument that, well, turrets have 360-degree firing arcs. Why can't Omnis be all like turrets? You could half the damage and let us all use Omnis. Turrets are restricted by the gameplay mechanics of scatter volley and rapid fire. With rapid fire being single target, which target you're firing at is super important. Swapping through targets, managing your targets is an active form of gameplay. You are making decisions, right? Even though you don't have to orient your ship as tough, you still have to decide where your guns are going. Scatter volley is the same way, even harder. You have to decide where the cone is pointed. You are actively engaging with the game. You are making decisions. Fire at will has no such active interaction if you remove arc restrictions. Broadside play, people think of broadside's so easy, you don't have to. Yes, you do. If you want your broadside fall to do what Cheops is doing, what I'm doing, what Spencer, what we're doing with broadside fall right now, you have to manage your broadside arc and manage your position in relation to targets to make sure that your guns are hitting in that cone, right? That is an active form of gameplay. You're engaged with the game, you're playing the game. You have to decide where your nose is going to be, because part of aligning that arc is plotting your course, deciding where I'm going to be 10 seconds from now. So if your nose is pointing in the opposite direction of where you need to be, you're a bad pilot, right? The next beat is over to the right by 10 kilometers. Your nose needs to be pointing at it ahead of time if you want to be there on time, if you want to be there efficiently and effectively, right? If you were to add Omnis unrestricted, even like half the damage, as people say, you have now stopped this from being a video game. Where I'm pointing doesn't matter. Where my arcs are don't matter, because Fa just picks random targets. There is no primary target of Fa. That was true half a decade ago. But there is no primary target to Fa. Fa just picks random targets and shoots at them. So if you have no arc restrictions, no overlaps, no decision of where my guns are going, you're not playing a video game anymore. You're just pressing spacebar. That's bad. That's bad design. Jeremy knows this. Jeremy, I wish he'd come out and said it out loud. I'll say it for him. Perfect Omni Fall is for lazy bums who don't want to play a video game, who just want to sit here and not think. And you know what? There's games for that. They're on your phone. And they take your money without any engagement. This is a game where you have to think, even a little bit, about where you're going, about what you're doing, about when you're doing things. That's a video game. And then the even further worse part of this, right? The jellyfish. People complain about it. Oh, you don't have to think. You just sit there and you do a thing. You want to do it well, it has a lot of engagement. It also costs $40, right? You either got it at the event or it costs $40. It is a one-off thing that locks you in place, and to not be locked in place... No, you're getting ahead of me. It locks you in place, and to not be locked in place, you need to build into it. You need to have an active play. I love my charger jelly that has jumps and charges that I'm able to zip around the battlefield with this big of, there's ways to do that, but you have a malice where you are locked in place. If Omnifa was present, you could boot up a new account. You could send it a few million EC. You could set up a tune that could sit there with a macro running and tweaked so that it's hard to detect, and just sit there and farm things without anyone being at the wheel. Like it is, there are a lot of bot farms that also that use the Admiralty system, that use the DOF system. There are a lot of ways like that they could, but like we do not need yet another no barrier to entry way for bot farms to harvest this game. Like we talk, like people are complaining, we can't FTP anymore. It takes forever for Dill to clear for Zen. You want it to be worse? Unrestricted Omnifa. And like, look, let's take it back from there. Let's take it back from there. Let's step back further to the we want to have all of our aft. We want 4 omnis in the aft. We want all right. So even 4 omnis in the aft has now just obsoleted arrays ever. Like, well, you have to DPS. Well, like, even then, like, okay. So let's say you have 4 omnis under fall in the aft. There's like no like for most people, you now have a time on target issue, right? So like it just becomes why would I ever broadside at that point? You've now like just completely devalued the idea of having that there because now your aft guns can always fire forward. Like this isn't because again, you're not restricted by arcs with Fa. Fa doesn't care. Right? So now you just have perfect time on target. Time on target's super valuable for most people because they're not good pilots. So it comes back to like how the game was originally designed and the idea that oddball builds need to be oddballs to be oddballs. And I know, it's like, just bear with me. Beams and cannons, right? In Star Trek, this is, again, remember, this is a Star Trek game. They have an identity in the show, right? Ships on screen that fire bolts are big wings, forward aggression, typically villain. They're you know the bird of prey, the they're the bird of prey. They're um they're like the big. They have that forward aggression. They're big and sweeping and they bolt forward, right? The hero ships, right? They all have arrays. And they're all, you know, sweeping and swooping. Like think of the Battle of the Bassin Rift. Like the Enterprise E is yeah, exactly. The scimitar bolts forward, mean aggression. But like think about the Enterprise E, think about the Galaxies and Sacrifice of Angels. Those big iconic moments. They're sweeping, graceful, side raking with arrays. That's the identity. Like Voyager flying through warp, you know, sweeping along things. The NX in Enterprise cutting through formations and its beams sweeping sideways and doing those like glancing blows. The beams are broadside by identity. There's always going to be some forward fighting, especially in TNG where the Enterprise, like where combat in space was literally just like 2 ships sort of sitting there moving at 2 inches per year, right? But like at like the vibe of it all has always been like shoot sideways, right? Like Wrath of Khan, right? Like the Enterprise does that thing, and you know it in the initial encounter it sweeps sideways, and like the the Reliant had its super cannons firing, you know, that forward bolt. That's this dichotomy has been here from the beginning. And like it's not universal, right? You have TOS with like the forward cannon things, but like again, effects restrictions and like as time went on, it developed, and that's the identity that we have now. It is really what it is, and so now let's translate that to a video game, right? Arrays are the identity weapon of beams, right? Broadsiding is the identity style of beams. Cannons cannons are the identity, like heavy cannons, dual cannons, single can. They are like they are the identity weapon of themselves. Like turrets are just the support idea. They're there to play with it because like let's go back to um let's go back to um the scimitar. Like there's moments where there's guns firing like a little bit to the side. It's supposed to provide that little bit of like, hey, it's swooping around and you can't just follow it. It's still a little scary. But like the big idea of cannons is that you are just aggressing, right? You're just aggressing and boom, and you don't want to be in front of me, right? So when you leave that idea, it becomes difficult. The game resists leaving that idea, and it should. It should leave that idea. It should make it like things that are off the beat should be hard. It should require compromise. It should require you thinking around and playing with it to make it more of a thing, because that's how that works. Like you want to provide in your game design the obvious path, the weird path, and the weird path has to be weird for the people because there's different ways people interact with the game, right? So it should be difficult, right? And like now that we have the no restriction, like well, and the thing is, all right, so here's the answer. Like it's fine. What about the lack of useful AF selection outside of Omnis? There is a useful selection. They're called turrets. They're called turrets. Oh, but I don't want to have that many. It's a compromise. It is a compromise situation. Like when you take a 4-4, right? You take a 4-4 and you're using ETM, right? You're using an ETM, so you've got Fall 1 going on, right? You've got 4 dual beam banks up front. You've got KCB. Now you've got 2 Omnis, right? And then a turret. Now, would anyone like to guess what the difference is in performance from moving that 4-4 AF slot up to be another DBB, and if that AF slot was a turret, let's move that AF slot forward again on ETM and give it a DBB. Would anyone like to guess the performance difference of it being a 5-3 versus a 4-4 using a turret instead of a DBB? Just throw me a number. Just give me a percentage. It's like 2% under Fall 1 with ETM in play. It's like 2%. Because you've got CSV1 in there. It's like 2%. And it comes down to it being like really. And like it expands if you're using not ETM and you've got FA3 on there and like you having to fit in a like there's not every ship can support a dummy copy of CSV, and even like so like at the outside in the best scenario where you're running Breen Free Fire and you've got FA3 like and you can't fit a CSV, right? You're talking like 10%. I'm not even. This isn't high end. This isn't high end, Domerex. This is strictly the numbers of what like this math is strictly about base damage. No buffs, no any. This is strictly base damage. Mark 1, no mods, strictly base damage. 2%. In ETM. It grows to around like in the most optimal conditions where you also can't fit a CSV copy for it. It jumps to like 11%. That's such a rare condition, though, right? And so when we come back, let's like pull it back. Like KCB, 2 Omnis, 5-3 DBB, right? The complaint is, but the visuals of KCB, like, okay, so like maybe we like whatever, like we could get a couple other KCBs with a couple different colors, but like it comes down to like mechanically, you're not suffering. So it is genuinely just an aesthetic thing. It is genuinely just an aesthetic thing. But I don't want to mix these things. All right, leave the slot empty. If it's not about performance, leave the slot empty. Or add a torpedo aft to get a set completion. Like, you are making compromises to get what you want. You're making like, but I want all my guns aft firing forward. Why do you need that? Why is that a necessity? Like you're making compromises to get what you want, which is an oddball thing. You should have to sacrifice. That is how that works. That is why that is odd. It is against the grain. It is like it's the same line of thinking that leads you to like all bridges should just have specialty modes. Every bridge should be able to do everything. Why are they different? Like restrictions are what make gameplay. Restrictions are what make you think and design and play and interact. Games have rules and you work within them to break and bend and get around, and that is why it's fun. like oh well I want to just have the same color beam, so run an array. It'll cover your arcs, it'll still do damage, so run an array. Like this is like you're not approaching it as Stowe, you're approaching it as a Star Trek game. So like, yeah, no, it'll have an array. Run an array. Well, but I want them all firing forward. Again, this comes back down to like the mindset of I need to squeeze everything out of it because I'm bad at this, right? like it's like I want this, and like it's always like some ease of making like it's always pulling obstacles out of your way when like the whole point of a game is to overcome obstacles. Like I agreed 100% with the set non-set restriction lifting. I thought that made no sense. But like 2 as a max for omnis makes sense to me. Like it's the same classification as narrow beams. Like we have 2 kinds of equip restrictions. We have unique and special. Like they're not official terms, but uniques are the equip 1s, specials are the equip 2s. Like, and there's a couple of each. You know, equip 1s are far more common. But like specials, we've got the narrow beams, we've got maelstroms. I don't know any others off the top of my head, but like they exist, they're there. I'd like to see that class sort of expanded. I like specials. But yeah, no, like my response is just like, you're doing something oddball. No, you don't get to like have the easy thing. Like I don't know what to tell you. Like like you're simultaneously like, I want perfect efficiency, but also I want to do this thing, and it's like, no. Literally no. Like no. Like there's a point at which you have to tell players no. I mean, single cannons kind of already are. Like, single cannons, again, have the same... They're just more forgiving about where your nose is. Right? Single cannons are good. They're 17%... They have a 17% lower ceiling than dual cannons. Like, people have this idea that single cannons are bad. Right? And... what they are is just forgiving. You don't have the same ceiling. You can put them on ships that don't have them. Like, I don't want them to be like, they're 180 degrees. You can align slightly to the forward, but I don't want true broadsiding cannons either. Like, that moves too far away from their nature. Like, they're there. It's fine. You put turrets on the back, you got the thing, and you sweep CSV around. Like, if you aren't interested in making Yeah, I mean, like as long as with single cannons, as long as like it's a 180-degree arc, as long as and you're running CSV, as long as your target is at that, no, they cannot be slotted aft. They're forward only. As long as you've got your target in that 180-degree and positive arc, um, and CSV, you can shoot things to your broadside and get an additional 90 degree to the aft, um, or is it 45? I think is the CSV cone 135 or 8 or is it 45 degrees? Um, okay, it's 90. So an additional 45 beyond the 180, an additional 45 beyond the 190, the 180. So like you can do that, right? But like I don't like cannons are so strong in their identity, like broadsiding with like you've got turrets. And like you can do well over 1 million with turrets, pure turrets. Like there's enough power here that you have what you have, and it's fine. And like if you want to do broadsiding things and feel really broadsidey with cannons, like just use pulsed phasers. Like you've got sensor link, right? You've got VOD pole, you've got um Kelvin. Like again, playing by the rule, like use leveraging the game's rules for your thing. Well, I mean, mines just need work. Like really, mines just need work. Mines just not designed in such a way that they work well with the game as it's designed, right? Like mines just need work. It's as simple as that. Like mines just need work. Like I think that like they generally need a speed increase, a tracking range increase. They should really be reclassified as drones, honestly. Like we should drop the conceit of them being mines. There is no part of this game ever in space where you're laying a minefield in preparation for things. Like that just doesn't work, right? I mean, I'm going to show you guys something. Where are we? Illustrious, Ready Starship, loadout. Did I save over this? I think I saved over this. Okay. Give me like a minute to reconfigure this. Alright. Yeah, I love Ethereum guns. They're really cool. I have an Ethereum cannon build because they're really sexy. So What else do I want to do? Um, do, 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 do. Let's, I'll talk about engineering a bit. I want to get this done. Okay. Do-do-do. I had more than this. Okay, well, whatever. That'll do. Oh no, we don't need this. Um, just bear with me, doing something funny. Yeah, we'll run that. Why not? We'll run that. Fix my inventory later. Let's just pull this up. Okay. Everything else looks fine here. Here. Shit. I love when that happens. Alright, that all looks fine. Okay, that works. Okay. Everything looks fine. This shouldn't be here. Let's just do it quick. Make sure everything's in place. Cool. That's all in place. I'm about to ruin some people's day. Let's do this. There we go. So, I haven't explained what I'm doing yet. You'll see in a minute.
The situation is grim. All attempts to hail the...
Ship is under attack.
Scanning the nanite transport. Gun. Additional maintenance available.
Shit, I forgot to do something. What is the relocate mines? Okay. So this isn't going to be as funny because I was not paying attention.
Stop them!
Okay. Alright, so let's quickly go over here and show what I just did. So I've done over 1 million DPS with this build. This is the most powerful mine build in the game. um, so this is the mine all mine hanger spam build. As you can see, I got a pretty good amount of damage out of just the mines. They're going to be triggering dilithium. They're going to be triggering some other stuff. Let's see here. I played pretty poorly because I got distracted by the fact that I screwed up my tray. Forgot to add relocate. A mega kinetic shearing. Veruvian didn't hit that hard that time. I've gotten like double this out of transporter mines before and done better. Like I had more mines. Here's more transporter mine. You can do more. Like this was just a quick slap together instead of trying to optimize it, just to demonstrate the concept here, right? Um, let's get back into space. Yeah, I'm gonna explain how I instantly reloaded relocate mines because there's something going on here. Um, so as you saw, like that's what that setup was like. Let's clear Oscar off the thing. Let's load back into space. Let's explain what just happened. Right. So credit to Darthon for suspecting this was a thing. We have a key synergy going on here, right? So with the Noble, we got to hell with our orders. To hell with our orders recharges universal consoles 5% per trip, right? This came off of the Noble. We use it in a lot of our high-end builds now to get our consoles up just that little bit faster. So captain abilities here, where you're talking about brace for impact, you're talking about relocate mines, you're talking about the captain stuff like vulnerability assessment sweep, like the stuff from like APA, go down fighting, the like co-opt energy weapons, Nadion inversion, all that stuff that you get that comes with your captain, right? Fleet support, the fleet abilities, right? So that's cool, right? And we have Intel Agent Attaché, right? Which you notice I'm not running. Um, so this was what we usually used. When you crit, restore 2% of weapon recharge with a 1.33-second lockout. So like that, you can get stuff up relatively more often, right? You've got emergency weapon, you got emergency con hologram, so you can get evasive maneuvers back up, every so often. You can double tap. It's at 2 seconds, 1 second, and then evasive, and then you've got another 6 seconds before it can come back up. It's got a min CD, right? Um, then we got Spirit of Sacrifice, which is basically just going to like reload all of your captain abilities to min CD. So like if I pop this, and this, and then pop Spirit, well look, Brace for Impact came back up. It has no minimum cooldown, so I can pop that again. So that's 10% out of a double tap there, right? So that's good, right? Let's just let these things. But then also, supplementary coordination. When you launch Hanger Pets, 5% recharge reduction for your captain abilities and command specialist bridge officer abilities. Cool. Then you've got relaunch and repair. When you launch carrier pets, 5% recharge on captain abilities. Now, both of these, one of these has to be in combat, so you won't see the full. Actually, let me just do this. Now. Oh, whoops. 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 Hey, look at that. Hey, look at that. Hey, look at that. So what's going on here is that I've got 3 flight deck officers, which reduce the recharge time of hangar bays by 4 seconds each. So that's 4, that's 8, that's 12. Now, that is somewhat modified by Aux. There's a weird interaction with the mastery node that increases the recharge rate of your hangars. So it's not exactly on point. It's very close. It reduces its ineffectiveness as your Aux increases. You're still getting in that benefit, but like it's not exactly what it says on the tin. Just be aware of that. On top of that, there are 2 pets in the game that have a very low pet recharge at a base of 20 seconds. One is the Lost Souls of Greythor, which are locked to Fakiri ships. And the other is the House Mokai Raiders from the Sarcophagus. Which means with this whole machine going, I can pop Brace for Impact. Put myself into... I'm not going to get... Boop boop. Boop boop. Boop boop. Oh, Brace for Impact's back. Boop boop. Boop boop. Boop boop. Boop boop. Brace for Impact is back. Boop boop. Boop boop. Boop boop. Brace for Impact is back. And on top of that, I'm using Mine All Mine, which spawns mines in front of your target whenever your hangars go off, which means mines spawn. Mines. 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 So yeah, that's that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So that's if you wanna run mines these days, this is the machine to really do it. And again, I didn't go hard. I didn't equip a mine pattern I could have. Like, there's ways to do this that, like, actually uses some AF mines that brings it on. Evasive has a min CD. You can already do that with Spirit of Sacrifice. Whoops, I shouldn't have done that. But you can get Evasive up on its min CD really easy. I believe it's 15 seconds. Yeah, you do have to have a target for relocate. But the thing is that relocate also has no min CD. So you can spawn it, jump it, it'll be ready again for the next big jump. Just don't like spam it, because then you'll just be moving mines around and they'll never hit anything. Just, you gotta be aware that it takes time for mines to get to their targets. And again, this isn't broken. It's not OP. Like, you saw, the most you're gonna do with a setup like this is a million two in ISE. It still works. You can do a lot of fun. You can have a lot of fun with it. You can like build in things where like you're not like, cause this, you can look at the build I have right now. It's a little more spread out. It's not as focused as it could be. I could focus more on making the mines do the damage. Right. Like I used mine hanger crafts because these actually do decent damage. Like these two hangers did like 50k on their own. I could lean into more of the pet damage in here. Like there's ways to play around with this, alter the balance and mess around. But like this is you know, it works. It does have the problem of lagging the hell out of everything. I don't know the range. I don't think there's like a range of mine teleportation. I really don't know. I've never done testing on like relocate. It's a 10-kilometer range, so I would assume you just have to be within 10 clicks of your. Well, no, that's probably the target selection range. So I don't know. I can actually, I suppose I can figure that out right now. Give me a second. Okay, if that's in progress. Doomsday drop episodes Klingon Doomsday replay accept. Alright, so those are 20 clicks from me. So let's just get out of range and just.
Ship is under attack.
Yeah, those jumped from like 15, 20 clicks.
Warning. Ship is under attack.
Let's go real far away.
Rear shields failing.
Alright, let's go 25, because like 30 clicks, yeah.
Warning. Ship is under attack.
Let's go to the other side of them. Relocate. Yeah,
Target
those are blades, those are blackouts. I don't know if any of the transporter mines jumped, but blades and blackouts did. Like, it seems pretty far. Yeah, if I just. Yeah. Yeah, so like you could drop a whole bunch out, and it looks like it's pulling at least the blackout mines towards them. I don't know how long the transporter mines stay without being in range. I'll be right back. Okay. The question on SOS, will it drain shields to use for cooldowns? Does it keep ticking if your shields don't drop? What do you mean if shields don't drop? Right. Like are you how do you mean? Like how would your shields not drop? Like it Spirit of Sacrifice always kills 100% of your shields. It scales off of like the moment it's a snapshot. When you sacrifice your shields, the benefit is based upon how much shields you're sacrificing at the time. It doesn't care about your shields after the fact. All right, well, I'm waiting for the answer to that. Come on, turn back on. Okay. Waiting for that answer. Let's go back to ESD. Get out of this janky thing. All right. People asked about engineers. So, engineers, their captain abilities are really all based around power. At least the ones that can do offensive stuff. And so you really don't build them differently for the high end, right? Like, I'd still use aux batteries with OSS to fill in the gap because the power that you get from engineer, like the power buff from an engineer, is still increasing the max 2, so you still need that gap filler. Like you might use some of those engineer captain traits that give extra power, a little extra damage, like EPS overload, I think it's called. Um, but like fundamentally, they're you don't build them any differently. Like there's not enough like mutation between the captain classes to change how you're really building. Like, you're just getting your juice a different way. So, like, the power bonuses from the engineer abilities juice FP and A, right? Or they increase your max aux for an EPG build. Uh, like they'd be really good at running, really decent anyways, at running like something like this. Like this is a Dusai build, right? That lives on aux. Actually, no. There's a yeah, yeah, they do. The rules for max power stacking are basically this: if they are a passive increase, like a stat bonus on a stat line on a console, those tend not to stack. Stuff that comes out like something from a warp core, something from a console that's passive. Um, but what's the ship I'm looking for? Where are you? Ah, here we are. So this is an Aux Cannon Dusai build, and to my knowledge, currently holds the highest ISE Pug record for an EPG build. Um, I'm sure someone could do better, but this is using Aux Cannons and Twinkling Lights, and far surpasses all of this. Well, we could use EPG mags and guns and stuff. Like, nah, just like lose a little Aux power scaling when you're not like all of these like psi things snapshot aux when they cast, so like you're not losing anything. You might do a little less like sometimes, but like I've got two disruptor aux, a phaser aux, a plasma aux. So that's 1, 2, 3 stacks, 4, 5. I'm not maximizing Twink, but I am utilizing Twink, and all of that debuff applies to all my psi. So like this is a really strong setup. Like I run it in tac mode. I could choose not to. I could run it in psi mode and lose a little offensive punch. Like I could just drop this down and get the Gravwell 3. But like I enjoy it in tac mode, but I don't have to run it in tac mode. I could lean a little bit more in. Uh, this isn't actually part of the normal build. I just got the Equinox. So I was evaluating this. I haven't actually evaluated it yet for realsies. And I'm running Microquantum because I really enjoy the spike you get off the gate. It's like my favorite thing to do in ISE. I'm the one that figured that trick out. So it's like my signature move. It's like it's I'm Master Roshi. I came up with the Kamehameha, but I'm not known for it anymore. People do it better, but it's my move. You know what I mean? Like Spencer's out there being Goku and shit. I'm just like, but I made it. um, but yeah, no, fun builds. Could probably evolve a little bit. I'm pretty sure Cryonic was here. Yeah, like this is a really fun setup. Yeah, no, like it's all the same shit. Like I need to update this. I haven't run this since I got particle fluctuation analysis. But yeah, no, like the skill tree doesn't really change. Like, I mean, let's talk about the skill tree, right? So the Tholian Warp Core, if you've got a lot of plus all, you've got really good field control, and like it'll be worth it generally. Like if you don't need Disco 2 piece to survive, it's just another way to add to your output. Like it's good. Alright, so let's talk about the skill tree and why it's kind of in a bad state, right? So, there are things in here that are kind of must-have. There's asterisks, because there's now a lot of ways to work without it, but, like, if you're using weapons at all, you need max long-range targeting. Like, you are always going to start at 10 kilometers from a target. Pretty much always. There are times where like something spawns in or becomes active as a target, but generally you have to approach your targets. So if you these are base damage penalties. So if you're not taking this, you're losing a ton of output. Just like so like a crippling amount of output. So like you need to take these. You need to have them. Now, we have Spirit of Sacrifice now, which just shuts this off. But that's one premium item, right? And a lot of high-end players who are specifically running a tune that has one build that's really strong and always running Spirit of Sacrifice, they can now pull these 3 nodes out and put it elsewhere, right? So like this is a must-have. This is like for most people, if you aren't using these nodes, you have screwed up in such a way that it is hurting you pretty notably. The other really major ones are EPS flow. Again, unless you have Spirit of Sacrifice or unless you have Dilithium Transporter, which shuts off weapon power draw at all, you need to have these nodes. If you don't have these nodes, it's gonna hurt you, and you're gonna feel it, and it can even result in your subsystems like offlining on you. Like these 5 nodes are so important that if you do not have them, you have screwed up. Everything else is some kind of optional, right? Where like whatever, you've lost some stats and it hurts. Everything else is that, except for that, right? So to begin with, you've now got like a huge disparity in node importance, right? Those 5 nodes are like 3 times the value of any other node in this tree. So that's already a problem. That's already a problem, right? Now let's talk about it further, right? So the Lieutenant tier has a lot of the durability stuff, the intro durability. And you'll notice I only have hull cap here. I don't use restoration. I don't use shield cap. You can. And in the early game, while you're leveling up, these do have some value. But there's a problem here. Let me make sure I have a specific item here. Let's Where are you? Hull repair. Well, we'll get to it. We'll get to it. I'm just making some points. Have some other things here to make a point. All right, so let's go to space. Let's go to space. All right. Let's talk about Bridge Officer heal scaling. Early game, the only thing you have available to you are Bridge Officer heals, right? So let's take a look at them, right? Let's just unequip these real quick. Boop. 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 Cool. I need to this is what I hate about swapping between builds and doing demos, because then my build, like, this is all stuff that I had stored on ships because I'm so out of inventory space. Um, let's look at my stats real quick. Science. So I have right now 10 restoration for shields. Let's look at engineering and 10 hull restoration, right? So we've got really no restoration scaling. So we're pretty much at base, right? So let's look at Eng Team 1 and let's look at Hazard Emitters 1, right? And let's look at them in the powers menu when they're getting all the buffs. That's how that works. So with no scaling, Eng Team provides 4394 hit points, right? It doesn't scale on Ox, right? It's just Eng Team is flat. Eng Team just does what it says unless you have restoration going on, right? So let's bring up the calculator again. We're gonna need it. And versus calculator. Oop. Let's bring up the calculator again. So with MinCD in play, yeah, Rallis is a great ship, logical. It's like my favorite side boat right now. It's so good. You can get this to go off every 15 seconds. Now, at early game, that's a whole other issue, but best possible scenario, you can get Eng Team every 15 seconds. So let's just look at that real quick. 4394 divided by 15. That is 292 health per second. Early game, you're looking at like 11k hull, right? So every 15 seconds, you can get, you know, less than half of your hull back. That feels really good, right? That feels really good. But then the moment you start stepping out of that, like you get level 20, level 30, level 40, and you start looking at 30k hull, 40k hull, this doesn't scale any further, right? So let's see what this looks like if you have all 3 nodes in your skill tree plus a little extra, right? Let's look at with just a little extra, right? So let's throw 37.5 in there. Let's throw another 37.5. Let's throw another 37.5. So total, just so we know here, 37.5 times 3, 112.5 plus the 10 I already have. So more than my skill tree would be able to support. That brings it, which is a lot of investment, to 6748.3, which, remember here, let's just do 493 divided by 6748. You see, like that's without scaling, it's 65% more, right? Let's flip it around. 6748 divided by, like, it's 1.5 times better, right? It's 1.5 times better. But let's look at the HPS of that, right? So 6748 divided by 15, 449, right? Now, at 40k hull, you're only now able to recover 10% of your hull. Sorry, not 10%, 1% of your like 449 divided by 40,000. Yeah, so each Eng Team 1 with 122, 112.5, yeah, 122.5 hull restoration, which is a lot of hull restoration, mind you. Like, space-wise, that's a full skill tree investment on it. When you have 40k hull, is one, like, you're only able to pull up 1% of your hull per second, right? Right? That's nuts. Like, 6748 divided by 40,000. You're only pulling up 16% of your hull every 15 seconds. Now, and we know how much damage we can take. We've all taken damage. We've seen the numbers. We know how hard they hit. Like, that's not good, right? And like the ship I'm floating in right now, I'm sitting at 79.251, right? This is a really fragile build for me. I could pop that up further with ablative, which I usually have running. Let's let that, takes a few seconds for it to reflect. 94, right? Like, this is Eng Team 1, and you could use better stuff, right? Like, you can use better stuff. So let's look at, like, Hazard. Yeah, no, like, if you were here earlier when I talked about the hull regen, like, just the Disco 2 piece, like, again, let's do some math. Disco 2 piece is 120% combat regen, right? So, like, let's look at, 90,000 hull times 101.2 divided by 60, 1,800. 1,800 versus 449, right? Two piece, no skill investment, just hull cap, right? Right? Does it start to make sense? Like, and hazard emitters. Let's look at hazard emitters, right? With all of this, hull restoration going on, right? Let's do 13,496, right? Now remember, it's over 15 seconds, but this it can be up for only once every 30 seconds, so we have to divide it by 30 to see the average. 449. Sure, it also gives you, DRR. It also gives you hazard cleanses and dot cleanses. Those are useful things. But look at how little it actually heals you, right? Now let's take that back to the early game, right? Hazard emitters does help until you get to Vodwar, right? And like, let's go look at what we have available while leveling up, right? Let's go take a look at something real quick, and we'll see the problem here. Right? And this is why I'm like, right? So what's the full name? Equipment, ship deflector. Right. So, oh yeah, deflector array. Right. So let's see here. We got Mark 12. Right. So Positron's going to give you some shield restoration. It's only 17.5, right? You've got the Graviton. None of these are going to give you much of anything. Trino. Yeah, see, like, you're not getting any restoration out of these, right? You've got the Tachyon might give you some hull cap, but that's with a mod. And, like, mods don't give you too much, right? So, like, it's not like you're running out and finding sources. Now, like, you've got sets, right? So you've got the mission sets, right, that could help, right? Like, you've got the Kobali deflector, which has a good chunk of restoration. But again, it's not gonna really push you that far. But, like, during the leveling process, like, you might get a little extra, right? And again, this is at 15 epic. It's not that high from the mission. Like, let's go to episodes. Let's go to Delta. Let's go to Dust to Dust, replay. Got the... Right? You're getting 35 hull restoration, right? You're getting some hull capacity. And remember, those nodes I have, those consoles... Shut up, Kim. Shut up. You had those consoles I had given them. They each one of those gave 37.5, right? So it's roughly equivalent. But you're not getting those sources out of your console spaces while you're leveling, right? Because, like, Let's look at like ship consoles, right? Engineering, basic, Mark 12, right? So you've got the armor consoles, which give 17.5, which like at most is like 10% extra res, maybe. SIF generator. So like you can get a SIF generator, start stacking SIF generators for like some hull restoration, get a few extra HPS, like a few like right. Boost modulators, some aux power, so you don't care about that. Subsystem redundancies is subsystem offline stuff that doesn't matter. Injector assembly is engine power, again not useful. Like you would need a lot, right? You would need a lot, right? So you got the science consoles, right? So you got the shield emitter, that's some like hull regen, some regenerate. But like the thing with shield regeneration, right? Let's go look at that. Like shield regeneration ticks every 6 seconds. So no matter how good you make shield regeneration, you have a 6-second window of blap vulnerability, no matter what you do. No matter how much shield cap you have, if your shields are low or down, and you take enough damage to kill you, you will die. Right? And the regeneration is tuning of your shield's capacity. So like, and your shield's capability. It's like a tuning of a tuning, right? So it's slow, it's unresponsive. You still have bleed through to worry about. There's only a few ways to shut off bleed through in this game. So no matter what, you're always going to be taking hull damage. Like, you can make viable shield, like a shield forward durability plan. The whole shields are useless thing is wrong. Shields are very strong. Shields have so much negation built into them. Like with particle conversion matrix or like other ways of increasing your shield hardness, and with a resilient shield which just cuts 5% just eats 5% of the damage. Like that's 5% of incoming damage just into the void. You know, yeeted into the sun, doesn't count, isn't there. First thing that happens. And that's really strong. But like we can look at shield heals. Let's go back to space real quick. Let's look at like how bad the bridge shield heals are, right? Because these were tuned 16, 17 years ago and never touched again. Right? They might have been like touched when the big skill tree rebalance happened. I'm not sure, but like these are pretty much launch era stuff, right? So let's look at shield heals real quick. Side team, because this is sad. Like, again, 15 every 15 seconds. These are balanced around the idea that you have 4 shield arcs, and so you're getting 4 times the value out of it, right? That's not real, right? You're typically, if you're a good pilot, you're not worrying about all of your arcs. You're presenting an arc, right? And the idea is, oh, you should like switch arcs. Like, well, what if your cannon build, right? You only have the 1 arc that matters, and broadside arcs only have the 2 that matter. Like, any time spent on the arcs, facing arcs that your guns aren't prioritizing, is time that you're not taking down your targets faster, which means they're shooting at you longer. Like, and there's a point at which there's so much IDPS that like you can't just like turn your nose to the enemy and like sit there while your shields regenerate and then turn back. The timing's off. Like your forward shields will be battered flat before your side shields come back to a point where they're useful again. Like it needs to be like at a rate at which you're taking the damage, right? So let's take a look at this, right? So let's do the same deal here. Let's unequip these. And let's put in some shield things. Yes, miraculous repairs has problem. Like it's good for the double tap, right? But like this game isn't really about spike, it's about sustain. So let's get to the same deal here. We've got like even more, like at Epic, that's 39.4. So we're getting, you know, a little under 120 shield heal coming out here, right? Did you see how little that jumped? Do you remember that it was like at 1200? Side T1 with 3 massive stat buffs for shields jumped from 1200 to 1900 shield regeneration per facing. And again, let's go back to the calculator. Let's do 1960 divided by 15. 130, let's be generous here, by 4, 522. Now, to make actual use of that 522, you have to rebalance your shields, which means you either need to be using Tac Team, you need to like click the button to redistribute your shields, and that's a slow rate. It happens so slowly. Like, and there's no way to tune that. There's no way to make that faster. Like, you are stuck at that rate. And this also stops you from doing other things. While that's happening, you have now like you cannot do like you've clicked it. It's an activation time, right? So like let's go to distribute shields, right? Oh, 0.5 second activation time. Not as bad as it could be. Still bad. But like you have to invest so much into your bridge. Like let's look at Ox to Sif, right? Ox to Sif is like kind of okay, almost sort of, right? Where's Ox to Sif? Here we are. And let's go back and unequip these, unequip these, unequip these. Let's go back to the hull boosting mode. Right, so let's grab that. Let's grab that. Let's grab that. All right, so again, back to hull. 5K. This happens every 10 seconds. 500 HPS. You are getting res, like that is a thing. It does improve, like slapping the res does improve it a little bit, but it's still not enough. So you have to sacrifice so much bridge space, right? You have to get anywhere near just having that 2-piece, right? Or just having strong spike heals, or part of this is like moving the game ahead. You know, we're ahead of like, you know, a decade of design, and a lot of things have come out, but that's the problem, right? This is all launch era stuff that has not kept up in efficiency. Like here you've got causal reversion. Causal reversion is every 15 seconds, I think. It's kind of a fusion of hazard emitters and eng team. It scales with entropy, but entropy just doesn't work. not really. I mean, it functions, it works, it does the thing, but like it just does not. If you manage to get entropy out there, this is actually pretty strong, because you can get that, like if you've maxed the 5, you get the additional 7.5k. Like let me look at how much that ends up being, right? So like 7591 plus 6073 5 by 15. It's like 900 HPS is not nothing. But again, we fall into the problem here of that this cycles every 15 seconds, right? Whereas hull regeneration is continuous. And the weakness of things that happen once and only once is that you now have a period of severe vulnerability, right? Single instance heals that have a gap between them leave you vulnerable, right? So we want things that like give us windows of strength. That's why we like DPRM. DPRM is a window of significant strength. It lasts 20 seconds. It's 550% hull regeneration. So like during that window, it's very hard to kill you. It's why the Typhon's console is very strong. Same deal. It's a window of durability. Protomatter field projector, reiterative structural capacitor, concealed repairs. I love concealed repairs. It's such an overlooked budget trait. Like, this should not leave most people's setup for a long time until they get other good spike heals. Take a look at this, right? Every 45 seconds, you get 10%. It's not 10%. You get 10 seconds of just I heal my hull, right? So let's take a look at this, right? Let's take a look at the HPS on this. So I'm at, you know, let's go back to talking about like my Armstrong, like or even this. Let's say 90k, right? 90k times 0.33 divided by 3. Hey, look how strong that is while it's up. Look how strong that is while it's up. This costs less than $1 million on the exchange most times, depending on like the variance. Sometimes it goes up to a few million and it's overpriced when that happens. But oftentimes, this is like a 500,000 EC trade. And this is why we like talk about like slot value, right? You can't beat this, right? This is so strong. This is 10 seconds of I'm probably not going to die, especially when you're doing like 250,000 DPS. It also, just as a side effect, recharges 25% of your bridge officer abilities over 10 seconds. So it's also going to make sure that everything comes back up and you can run or engage or do whatever. Like, this is so strong. Yes, it's not directly contributing to your DPS, but when you're at that tier of development, when you're still like even sub 500, like you haven't gotten a DPRM, or you like are still like at sub 500, when all of a sudden the entire room's looking at you and you still pop, this will keep you alive, and you cannot do a deeps if you're dead. Like, DPS, like that third letter is seconds, and 0 is a very large number. 0 is a very large number. When you insert zeros into that time frame, like if you for every second you spend doing 0, you're dividing that by 0. Time shaves off, time shaves off, time shaves off. 0 is a very big number. It is very hard to overcome 0. So we want to avoid that. We want to pull as many zeros out of our gameplay as we can. Whether it's 0 time spent not shooting at things, time spent dead, time spent not moving, time spent not healing. 0 is a very large number. It'll come up, it'll go back down, because it is generated in such tremendous volume. Everyone opens packs. These boxes are so cheap. Like, these all come out of that like basic box. They'll come back down. I mentioned them, they went up. They'll come back down. These are impossible to inflate forever. These will always come back down. Like, someone's listening and went and snapped up all the cheap ones. They'll come back down. Give it a day. But like, this is the first thing you should go get. When you're leveling up a new toon, or you're a brand new player, save all your EC while you're leveling. Spend as little as possible. Spend only on skill books from the vendor. Spend nothing. By the time you get to level, 50, and have starship traits unlocked as something that you can have, you will have, especially if you do endeavors, like even for like a second, within a day, you'll have 500,000 EC. Within a day or two, you could go grind out a little bit of EC from endeavors and like running patrols and just harvesting everything you can in drops from missions. You'll have 1,000,000, 1,500,000. You just go get concealed repairs, and the other one you should get is onboard the lithium recrystallizer. Those two, for less than 1,000,000, like, when someone's not like listening to me and snapping everything up, those two will form the core of what you're doing early game. Onboard the lithium recrystallizers requires just one thing. Two things. A battery and a battery. And this is like the consumable thing. Don't be bitches, use consumables. Red matter capacitor was like, oh, it's so good, it's so good. Red matter capacitor is mostly ass. Let's talk about why. Red matter capacitor takes 3 minutes to come back. 3 minutes. It lasts for 30 seconds, which is longer than a normal battery. when you have the battery expertise node in your skill tree, which you should have, it repairs all disabled subsystems. Okay, cool. Batteries always repair the subsystem, therefore. It's 25 for all, okay? But a battery on its own, a normal battery that you can get from the vendor, you can get 100 of them for 20k EC from a shipyard vendor, is 20 seconds of 75 power for an important subsystem, for whatever subsystem you want to care about. Okay? Now, let's talk about shared cooldowns, right? Let's take a look. Let's get a Nox battery in here, and let's get a shield battery in here. Let's take off my quartermaster. We'll talk about quartermasters in a second, right? We'll see. Let's talk about this, right? Let's look at this. And where's the other battery? No problem, Tempest. I plan on doing this more regularly. This was me getting some motivation and some energy. So let's take a look at this, right? And as a matter of fact, let's look at warp capacitors at the same time and why they're all bad. Right? So we've got the warp capacitor. Warp capacitors are batteries. They are batteries, right? But let's look at it. Because the shield capacitor gives a little bit of shield, like a really tiny bit of shield, 500 per arc. It repairs shield systems, and it gives 15 shield power for 20 seconds, right? Shield battery gives even more shield regeneration, even more power, and repairs those, right? So let's just press the capacitor. Oh, look. Shared cooldown, 30 seconds. And oh, look, it's group cooldown because it is a shield battery. So the shield battery has now gone on 1 minute. The others have gone on 30 seconds, right? And this can't come back up for another 5 minutes. So it's a weaker battery that can only be used every, 5 minutes. And set everything else on cooldown, right? Now, same thing. This is on 3 minutes. It's now set every other battery onto shared cooldown, not group on duplicate, not duplicate cooldown, group cooldown. So these could have just been used, right? And this, gave me 25 power for all of them, right? But and repaired all the disabled subsystems. But typically, not all your subs aren't shut off. One of them is. And it's even then not really that big of an issue, right? But let's look at what we can do here, right? Let's go back and now start considering this trait here. Onboard dilithium recrystallizer. Right? Now, when you are a low development player just starting out, you don't have access to really any Cat 2. If you're TAC, you have, attack pattern alpha, which is substantial, but it's only coming up 20 seconds every 2 minutes. That's not a lot of uptime, but it's there. You got TAC fleet, you got GDF, which is never coming up because you don't have a good day to die yet. The Eng and Psi abilities, I don't remember the values, but some of their captain abilities do have some Cat 2 energy weapon damage in there. So, there is some, but you don't really have any. And when we're talking about Cat 2 damage value, right, let's talk about it in relationship to critical severity. You may or may not know, critical severity and bonus damage are the same value. They are the same value. Critical severity is just conditional based on critical chance. So the way we can think about it is simply multiplying critical chance against critical severity. Right? So, a fresh account, the fresh player, with nothing else going on, maybe some traits, but without the traits in play like operative or everything, has a base critical chance of, if I remember correctly, 2.5%, which is the same crit chance as NPCs, and 50% critical severity. So, if we want to analyze the average effect of their base critical severity against their base critical chance, let's look at 50% critical severity, multiply it by 0.025, that's 2.5%. 1 is 100%. 1.25% average critical severity. Now, when the critical hit happens, it is hitting with the strength of 50 cat 2, but the average effect over a period of time is 1.25. So we can compare that against the always on effect of 10% cat 2, which is what onboard dilithium recrystallizer grants. That's significant, right? Now you can add in 10%. So let's say the player has gotten to 10%, and we can just do that easy. It's 5. 50% by 10 is 5% cat 2. So 50% critical severity for a player with 10% crit H is still half the value of this trait overall. Right? And this trait is really easy to maintain. Right? So let's set my power settings up like I would for like a player who's doing do at base levels, right? So let's get EPDE back in. So onboard dilithium recrystallizer looks at the 3 non-weapon subsystems, right? So what am I doing? Brain work function. Thank you. So yeah, so we can start by looking. Let's see, popping EPDE 1. Oh, we got 105. So we just need to close the gap a little bit. I don't actually have an Eng battery equipped because that's how I would do this. So with an Eng battery, oh, now we're hitting the condition. It needs you to have your subsystem maxed, and then you just need another Eng power to go off, and now it's running for 35 seconds, and I have 10% cat 2 just running now, just running for 25 seconds. And all I need to do to refresh it is up. Now my power isn't all the way back up, right? So it only happens if your subsystem, at least you get 10% per each max subsystem. So I don't have that for Eng right now, and the Eng is still on cooldown, right? But would you look at that? I can hit an aux battery. My aux is all the way up. Ah, man, look, I've got it sustained again, 35 seconds. Well, that Eng battery is going to come back up in 15 seconds. Right? So I will always have one subsystem maxed out, which is 10%. On an engineering tune, you're going to need to be doing even better with this. You might get a 20% buff rolling sometimes. Right? Oh, and there's that, and boom. Now it's back up. Another 10% just rolling. And it only stacks with each individual subsystem that's maxed when it goes off, right? And if you're a science build at the low level, you can very easily have both aux and eng maxed on this, right? And you're rotating both. And then you can go get, you can step back and go get a quartermaster. Now, what's a quartermaster? Quartermaster, there's a couple different variations as there are with all DOS, but the ones we care about are the ones that reduce the recharge time on batteries. And the uncommon, well, let's see what the uncommon does, right? We got an aux here. Normally it's, a minute on its own. Oh, would you look at that? 36 seconds. It was 36 seconds recharge. Let's get that aux battery back. Let's get an aux battery back. We'll use a large right now because that's what I have available. And an uncommon, it's usually like 1 million or so. So let's look at a rare, right? Let's look at a rare. Rare's a few million usually. Still well under the 15 million that a free-to-play player can't do, right? Let's take a look at this. 34 seconds. Now, isn't that interesting? That aux, the cooldown, the refresh limit, is 35 seconds. So with just a rare and just one kind of battery, you can now just fuel this. And it gets even better, right? Because as I said, like, it becomes pretty easy on some tunes, like when you've got aux, like thrown all the way up. Let's unlink this. Let's pretend we're a science tune. Let's throw that aux up there, right? Let's lock that. Let's lock that up. Pull that up, right? Let's see what we're at, right? Oh man, 125. 125 with that, right? So let's run that. Oh look, I have it running without any batteries, right? No batteries here. So all I gotta do is hit EPDE. And would you look at that? Now I have 20% Cat 2 just going. No batteries even needed. No batteries even needed on this build. Just for like as a side focus build. You're getting 20% Cat 2. I challenge you to beat that out of like a ton of traits in the C-store, out of premiums, right? This is amazing. For like so many low development players, even mid-range, this is overlooked. And it also gives you additional power to your weakest subsystem while it's going. So like, as long as you've got your emergency power chain rolling to fill up that other thing, which you should, right? You can get 20% Cat 2 out of this. You might even sometimes on an engineer get 30. Like, this is really strong. It isn't like, I wouldn't overbuild into this, right? Like, there's in this setup, like you could honestly like run a shield battery, just a shield battery and a quartermaster, right? I think this is a large. Yeah. So you can run a large shield battery with a quartermaster and get 30% Cat 2 on an EPG build. Right? That's hard to beat. This costs $500,000 EC. And, you know, because I'm talking about it, someone will buy it up and it will jump back up. But because it's from that, like... Are you talking about the amp? The amp bonus? The amp bonus is kind of small. Like, it's Cat 1. Like... Yeah. So like the amp bonus is kind of small. It's 9.9%. You can see it right here in this. Like it's all damage, it's there, but it isn't important. Like now it's 30%, right? Like that's real good. That's real good. And it costs nothing. And you can have that the moment you hit like endgame. You can invest just a little bit into this, that, and just use a battery. Just use a battery, right? You should be using EPDE on most builds anyways. Right? It's here. Yeah, it's an extremely common drop from Infinity boxes, so there is a tremendous supply always. The only time they jump in price is if, like, again, I've talked about them, or someone's talked about them, and they're trying to manipulate the market a little. But it's all there, right? And, like, for the record, like, for this investment of space that you should be, like, these are all things you should be doing on an EPG build anyways, right? Or could be doing. Like, you're matching Eclectic, which gives 10% Cat 2, beams, cannons, torpedoes, universals, experimentals. So like on a build where you've got cannons, the Pavin, let's say, so that's 2, and universals. You're not using a torpedo. That's 30% Cat 2. This is like considered a well-regarded trait that has more of a conditional than this trait that costs nothing. Isn't that funny? Now, if you throw like OSS into the mix, this gets a little fuzzier because OSS can like make that like what's max a little wonky, but it fuels as much as it gives. So like, if you're doing this right, you should always have this going And like this is part of this is because I've done some skill tree power node investment, but these are good things to have anyways, right? You got some tuning here. You got warp core efficiency. Warp core efficiency is really good. Um one moment, I've got to change my earbuds out. 1 second. All right, so I'm back. We This is just like the point. Like, I'm really dubious of anyone who's like, you need to spend so much money. It's like, no, there's just this good shit, and you can do good. Like the firing mode extenders, like, are probably the biggest weakness in a build because like when you have downtime on your extender, it feels real bad, especially when you're doing AoE. It's less impactful. It feels less bad on single target because you're already doing that. But when you're not doing what you're trying to do, it feels bad. Um, but like there's so many ways to do things that aren't the best way, but they are a good way. Like there's ways to stay alive. Like you've got like the Hall image refractors uh colony console machine that works really well. Like there's just it's not too hard to be successful, right? It's just having the tools, not having the knowledge. And again, this comes back to like the game not teaching you everything. And there is such an enormous library of items that you can't really know everything. Like, I don't blame anyone for not knowing these things. Like, and so much of it's thrown at you that's bad, right? So like you've got all of these rep sets, and everyone's like, why don't we use any of these things, right? Like, why is comp engine so dominant, right? Let's take a look at why, right? So, just standalone. What's the point of an impulse engine? Well, it's to get places. So the first thing an impulse engine needs to succeed at, before anything else, is how well it gets you places. And simply, nothing does better at that than the innervated impulse engine because of the proc. Now, was that a mistake for them to have made it so strong? Honestly, probably. Honestly, probably. But we're so far removed from it that it's done. It's done. We have them. And some people are like, well, I don't like the jerkiness of it. I don't like the inconsistency. And there's ways around that. We've got the 3 variations. You can use Fortified, bring 1 heal. Use Ox to Sif. Comes up every 10 seconds. You can chain that with Deuterium and Evasive and have it specifically timed so that you're not jerking around. And that's for you. And since we got Ox to Damp with no activation delay now, that's always up. You got so much better turn rate. It is not comp engines, but it is still very strong. Right? But let's take a look at some of these other things, right? So while leveling, you get things like, where are you? What's the one I'm trying to talk about? Soul defense, right? Soul defense. You get a little extra turn rate when you get hit, little extra defense. So the turn rate improvement exists. You can stack it by 5 times. You get a maximum of 20 something percent turn rate, as opposed to 350% turn rate. Well, the innervated engines are up, right? And you can look at the. Yes, they also, as Jill said, they also provide inertia, which is a real big deal. No other impulse engine modifies your inertial stat, and inertia really changes the characteristics of a ship. Like let's do a quick thing here. Let me go. What would be what's set up right now? I could show you this on. Yeah, I'll just do it on the Armstrong because I know it's set up. Show you why the mobility suite is what we use, right? We've got deuterium, we've got comp, right? Hold on 1 second, I'm getting a DM. Okay, where was I? We got deuterium, comp, so let's just start EPDE running its cycle, right? Alright, so let's take a look at my movement stats. Right, so I've got an inertia of 60, flight speed of 112, and a turn rate of 27 degrees, right? Now, at this rate, let's do an engine kill slide. Like, you can see that I can turn about a quarter of the way between when the game realizes I've stopped moving, right? Maybe a little less than a quarter, right? Now, let's just throw evasive on there real quick, right? Now, if I can slide about that far, yeah? Now, let's add on... Get out of this formation, right? Turn that on so that that's back. Need to quickly regenerate some stuff. So let's go. Let's bring this back up. Let's take a look at these stats. Let's just watch what happens as I go. See how quickly I can, like, just move that around? Oops, I did not mean to turn off PA, but I did mean to max my... You see? A ship that's, like, you know, big and heavy, like a Miracle Worker Dreadnought, with just these things cycling, right? Oop. Evasive, comp. You see? You see why we care? You see why we say that, like, any ship can use cannons? I could do this in a sarcophagus. I could do this in a, you know, any jug, anything. I can relatively often keep this thing going, keep this thing dancing. And it's like, this is why we prioritize these things. This is why we're like, no, you really should do it this way. Because, like, let's go take, you know, I like the Bradens, honestly. The Braden Impulse are really fast for, you know, no other stats, right, going on, right? 120, right? And we can yeah, we can still do this, you know, with the deuterium and the evasive chain going. It's still fine. We can still do it. But then we're going to have downtime periods, right? Where it's still, you're not able to respond as fast, right? Right? Like you can still do it. And like I could choose, right? Like let's go back in here and like bring in damp, right? Let's just go bring in damp right now. I need to reconfigure this one, but I don't have that set up here. Right. So like without comp, right? We can still do this, right? Like let's yep. All right, so we can all right with EPDE and damp and a battery, right? We're still doing okay, right? We got 173 turn, like flight and 29 turn. And you know, you can still do it, right? You can still sling yourself around. And what we're doing right now, this is called an engine kill, right? Right? So what you're doing is the game takes a second to figure out that you've cut to zero throttle. Right? And in that period, we can abuse that, right? So watch my throttle, right? I'm using the R key, right? Watch my throttle. You see that? I am leveraging the fact that I have a strong inertia stat to continue my momentum in a direction while abusing the quick turn rate stat changes and then reapplying thrust when I'm pointing in the direction I want to be going. So the game starts going, oh, you can move again. Right? So like that's how we do what we do. And you don't need comp engines to do it, as I just showed you. Like we've got I've got damp running, I've got EPDE, I've got evasive induce, I've got emergency con hologram. Spirit of Sacrifice is helping out by bringing evasive up even more often. You know, so there's ways to do this, and like the Braden comes with a neat little thing. So like when you're moving from place to place, you do get the extra benefit of this every so often. It does cut your turn rate, but like you use it in times where you need to get somewhere in a linear nature. So crossing from left to right on ISE or anything like that, you know, or like in an emergency where you need to get the fuck out or you're gonna die, or maybe someone's across the map in Draenor or Pavo and they're in trouble and they're losing a side, you need to get there and support them. Like it's, you know, you use it smart ways, right? But when you look at other engines, like, you know, Lucari have again, it's something you can't control. If you take more than 25% health in 5 seconds, it gives you an evasive with a heal. And like I don't know that I like that, right? So it's like all of a sudden, in a way that I can't control, because I can control when my comp procs happen, and I know that they are. If all of a sudden I get alphaed, and then maybe I needed to stay in range of someone who was healing me, maybe I needed a park in place to set up a turtle thing. This just sent me away from everything. Like it's, I don't like it, right? It's counterintuitive. And we've got other things here, right? So like you've got the colony engines, right? But like that's what, like sure, whatever. You've got the Kobali ones, and then you guys start analyzing like, okay, so like they're worse at moving you places, but where do they fit, right? So like you've got ROM engines, and they've got some critical severity for weapons built in, and it's a skill. 31.9. Let's take a look at that right quick, right? So like 31.9 is going to be 0.4 buy, right? So 21.9, 21 point, was it 31 or 21? It was 31, right? It's 31.9, so 31.9 times 0.4. It's 12.76 weapon critical severity. Now, that's not a big deal. There are ways to leverage that. There's a reason why you see use in some kinds of EPG builds where you've got the rev set going on, where with 2-piece, you get scaled exotic damage based on that. So, like right now, it's 71.6. If we unequip the engines, it becomes 58%. So that's like that's a thing, right? It's 20 it's an additional amount of exotic critical severity. And it appears just from looking at it that it's 1-to-1. Like it's a thing. It's something you can do. It's an option, but it's not that strong, right? But like you've got other things like the disco 3-piece, like that's a way to do it, right? So you get that mycelial lightning, maybe it's another way to complete the hull regen 2-piece. That's valid enough, right? Like you could do other things, like maybe you wanted to use the core here and get the Kittimer and keep the comp shield, the colony deflector. Like there's some options there that like if you don't like the comp proc, you can do other things. But like there's not many, right? Because like let's look at the counter command set. You know, old 8472. Well, let's look at this, right? So bonus AP damage resistance. Bonus resistance is substantial, but like this is only conditional to like you're fighting Undine, which was like the vibe. You used to do the rep stuff to fight the enemy, but this game has you go from enemy to enemy to enemy so easily now. Like back then, you had to fly out to Undine space to fight the Undine for real. Like there was a whole separate map quadrant that you had to fly to. The game felt so much bigger back then. Like going to fight the Borg was a thing you chose to do. Going to fight Undine was a place you went to. So this kind of like separated thing made sense, right? And the 3-piece molecular fluid space counterblast. Every 2 minutes you get a really bad AoE. Okay. Scales with EPG and it destroys fluidic space bubbles. Okay. It's every 2 minutes and it's bad. So like it's whatever, right? That's not worth it. Right? So you've got that whole deal. Let's go look at the raw engines again. What's the set bonus, right? You get a little bit of EPG and your high yields go a little faster. High yield plasmas go faster. Okay, so like in a gimmick setup, you could, if you really want that flight speed, sure, there's some like okay, but it's not that good, right? And the Borg set's ancient. We're not even gonna bother looking at it. It's ancient and not good, right? And you've got all the mission sets, right? So like, let's look at Temporal. Temporal's a little newer, right? So let's look at what Temporal does. So you've got 25% Cat 1 all damage over time effects. Well, honestly, like that's not that great. We liked it for a long time for EPG builds, but it was because it was the only thing we had. A lot of these things were, well, it's there, right? That's the equivalent of, remember correctly, at a baseline EPG. EPG is weird in that it's kind of Cat 1 scaling damage, but also it plugs into various things outside of that. It's very strange. But like this is roughly the equivalent of like 50 EPG for anything that's DOT. So that's fine. But like it's not that great. And like the 3-piece, like all right, so it's 20 control X for 10 seconds, 20 drain X for 10 seconds. I have a hard time looking at that and saying, oh, I want that, right? But like, what else is there? Like, you've got the preeminent set. Like, people went wild over that, and I'm like, why? Like, oh, it's 30% tet damage and 40% shield capacity. I'm like, sure, but that's Cat 1, so that's like less than a tactical console. It's not nothing, right? But like the 2-piece, like 30 kin damage resistance, that's not doing too much. And like this doesn't give you anything out of it. Like it's got a little bit of shield power setting, but like that's like what? Nah. Right? And like if you look at the other stuff in the set, what's the rest of the preeminent? Pretty sure I still have it. I try not to throw anything away. I guess I must have discarded it on this tune. I need to go back and get it. I do not like having all of it. But like the core has really nothing of interest, right? Like it's got a condition, like an actually kind of interesting conditional when offline shield systems are repaired. It gives you 50 EPG for 1 second, for 15 seconds, and 25% Cat 1 Tetrion, but like that's so conditional and so short duration with a 4-minute recharge. Like that's cool idea, cool magnitudes, not often enough, right? And the preeminent deflector, oh, I guess I got rid of all of it. I need to go pick those up again. But like we can go down the line of things like that struggle to justify themselves. Like you've got the Terran set, right? Some shield cap skill, some Drain X, some shield regeneration. Like this is actually kind of okay. It's not a lot. It's really not enough. Like with haste, this is kind of okay, but like again, I don't. What's making me use this? Like you have to then go again justify the usage of the thing, right? So like let's look at the Terran shield. It's a reflect, and that's it. Reflects are bad. They've been nerfed into the ground. They're terrible because they can only reflect a portion of what the IDPS is. And if we were here earlier, we know that the IDPS of NPCs total in the entire thing is like 10k. So let's just assume you're throwing back 10k DPS. 75% of that, like again, we're not even taking into account that this is 2.5% chance. Let's just say it's always up, just to make this easy, to make the point easier. You're only reflecting 75% of the IDPS. If I'm taking 10k IDPS, this shield would only ever, at max, send back 7,500 DPS. That's nothing. That's nothing. Right? That's nothing. We can look at the core. The core used to be like a big deal, right? Like it's, you know, over combat time, you get max subsystem power, right? But this doesn't stack. We have so much, you know, other subsystem maxing now, and 5 is just not that much. This is a result of like, hey, back in the day we didn't have anything, and now we do have things. So this is just like whatever. Like you've got a little bit of starship weapon subsystem performance skill. It's some bonus weapon power, like whatever. Like there isn't much here, right? And I'm not gonna go through every single one of these things. Like we can go through. Just suffice it to say that like there's very few. Like there's really no rep sets in here, or even that have much value. There's some mission sets that do have some early game, like. The Kobali set can be juiced pretty hard, but you need the core. Like let's look at the core. So you need to have an Epic Phoenix token to get this, right? So the core has a really good thing, you know, up to 25 allies near you get a big shield regeneration boost. Like that's a pretty good thing. The shield capacitor. Like that's pretty substantial. Then you've also got the 4-piece reactive nanite screen, which is really strong. Like gain 20% of all incoming energy damage is healing for you and nearby allies for 15 seconds. 2-minute recharge. So that's only got a 1/8 uptime. Like it's decent. Like when it's up, and it's good. But like you're only gonna get it off once every 2 minutes for 15 seconds. You can't. There's only like 2 ways to cool it down. So it's just there, right? So it's not that great. Like it's got use. Like if you're a healer, between this and the Lucari set, like this is you know fine. but it isn't repeatable enough to be useful in a good chunk of content. Like, you need repeatable danger saves, right? Like, it's there, and it's so expensive, right? Ooh, big heal. And like, there's a reason why like the only things like we don't use, there's not many like variation in these things, is that they're all ancient and they're all really weak stat sticks, or like all really unimpressive big, supposedly big bursts of things that happen every 2 to 4 minutes. Like, it's not that I hate these things, right? It's not that I'm like, oh, you shouldn't use them because like, oh, but like it's they don't justify themselves, right? Like, they don't do anything. Like the very few, like you look at the Delta set. I guess I am gonna look at a lot of these. The Delta set has a really cool thing in it, right? More details. It has the Tantalus field. Tantalus field is really cool. When activated for 10 seconds, erases enemy mines, torpedoes, turrets, and small craft from within 2 kilometers from existence. That reads real cool. It's only 10 seconds. It's got a 10-minute recharge. A 2-minute recharge. And it's only 2 kilometers from you. I can only think of a few scenarios where, like, the effect itself is actually useful to you, and it doesn't happen for enough time, and it's not a big enough area. Like, you're investing all 4 parts of the deck set into this, right? That's a lot of build space. If I'm investing, like, this, some of the mindset around this is that the set bonuses are little things you get. And that's that's the thing, Mac. No, it wasn't. Not so many of the effects that in interviews, Desert said like a lot of these things are supposed to be like little bits of extra, but like I honestly think that's bad. Like, if I don't want little bits of extra. Little bits of extra that you like don't ever notice. Like, no, you want to feel things. Right? So like back in the forever ago, right? 20,000 DPS was amazing, and we were only playing on advanced, and back then things had less hull cap, right? So like, we're clearing ISA. We can clear ISA in less than 30 seconds. Like, Chell is clearing ISA much quicker than that. Like, and that's one person. That's by themselves. It's not a full team, right? So ISA could take a few minutes back in the day. Like, let me pull up. There's some old videos on YouTube still of infected, right? Yeah, no, exactly, Chell. Like, so many of like when you, and if you look at like the stats on like these things, like engines, they're not notably different from each other. Like the Delta are notable in that they give you 42.5 control X. That's one of the, I like the Delta engines because it's one of the times like, oh, if I'm building a control build, that's an option. Like, that's there, right? So like, let's go look. Let's see if I can't find. Yeah, an infected from Zeph Films, right? Y'all remember Zeph? So an infected advance from 11 years ago with people who aren't like crazy good at this. It took them 4 minutes. You can't tell me that the game was so different back then. These things were so good. They weren't. They were never good. They were never fucking good. It was always miserable. The uni consoles taking 2 minutes, the set completion taking 2 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes. It was always bad. It was always miserable. It was always terrible. It's just gotten worse because we can do things more powerfully now. And that's why Uncon was such a breath of fresh air. That like so many of these things that like we were like every 2 minutes maybe, but like now we can use them repeatedly. We can like choose parts of the battle to be like applying things and like be thinking about it. Because like we're getting them up every 20 seconds, every 30 seconds. Like waiting 2 minutes to do something that might help you. Because it was so bad. It was so terrible. Right? Like 11 years ago, I'm looking at a video. Let's see how long it's 11 minutes long. Let's see how long the actual battle took. Okay, so this really bad group took like 20 minutes to do ISA. Like 13 years ago. Yeah. Like at the outside, a good group is doing it in 4, a bad group's doing it in 10, like a terrible group's doing it in 20. Like, but again, in a 20-minute run, you're only getting these things off 10 times. Like, yeah, it was always bad. It was always miserable. It always felt bad. There was like this mindset that like things should just be little bits. It's why procs are so bad. It should just be a little extra effect, but they never actually sat down and thought about like, well, what's a little extra, right? Like these procs, these damage procs, like Agony, you're doing like 50 DPS for a whole rack of them. Back in the days where you did 20,000 DPS, right? Back in the days when 20,000 DPS out of energy weapons was cool and strong. Again, let's do a little math. You know, 2.5% of your build output would have been a proc for sorry, that's a 500. Sorry, that's a 500 DPS thing, right? That's a 500 DPS thing. And I accidentally threw an extra. So like, again, Agony 50, right? So that's 2. That's 1/4% of the DPS on a proc. From back then. It was always miserable. It was always bad design. It was always just like feel like, why do I care about the difference? This little bit extra with a little bit is not even a little bit. Like it's literally a single crumb, right? A pebble. It was always bad. It was always frustrating. Every time in the past when like a proc became relevant, it was because of a bug over procking and stuff. Now, like we've got some procs that are actually doing things, right? Like we've got the piezo's. We've got like I like the piezo's, but that's because they do things based on like a duration, right? So like you've got 10 seconds of 2.5% max hull per second for 10 seconds. Well, again, let's do some math, right? Let's do some math. One proc. So let's do 100k hull. I usually use 100k as an average. 100k times 0.25 per second, right? That's that's per second for 10 seconds. With a reasonable amount of haste, you can get this to 50% uptime. You can like with a lot of haste, you can get it to 100. And I don't believe they stack. But like just one proc going off at half uptime is as good as the Disco 2 piece just with half uptime, right? It's stronger than the Disco 2 piece if you can keep it up. And it's a 5% proc, right? So having it just always running with a full rack of them, you're outpacing the Disco 2 piece. You're doing like a quarter of a DPRM. And that's not counting the shield regeneration impact, which isn't as strong, but it's there. So like these are valuable. These are valid. And you've got the Breen Imperiums, and they're 2.5% chance, and their damage is percentile. They're per shot, which is why they're relevant. If they were per cycle, we wouldn't care about it. But being per shot, with using dual cannons, you can get an additional maybe 10% off your gun DPS, which is, good. It's not broken. It's good. Yeah. And it's happening. It does have a target limit. It can't happen to bosses and stuff. There are restrictions. I wish they were actually listed, but it's there. You can do it. They're usable. They're good. You got the bowl bounces. Right? Yeah, exactly logical. Like there's a lot of nostalgia going on. And a lot of people who like played but weren't part of it, But like the bubble refraction is valuable because like you've got the lithium transporter that does proc off the bounces, and chemo did proc off the bounces, but they didn't like that, so they killed that interaction. And I thought that was stupid, honestly. It wasn't broken; it was just good. And it spreads some debuffs. Like other things, other procs that are worth thinking about. Like you've got the advanced disruptor and phaser stuff, 5% chance, 15 seconds, stacks crit severity just for the advanced weapons. That's a cool thing. No, the new target. So the bowls just always reflect. Bowls just always do it. They just do it. They just do it. Right? The Nukara stuff is a 2.5% per cycle chance. And again, it's not enough. Like because it is not a duration-based effect, because it is a self-duration-based effect, and because it is a target-based single instance effect, basically any single instance target-based proc is worthless. Basically any. They have to be of such a magnitude, which, again, Breampole meets two conditionals. It's a percentile based, so it can be of a significant magnitude, and it's per shot, so it happens at a much higher rate. But like, Protonic Crush is terrible. Again, we've hit the magnitude issue. It's got a decent duration, but at A, not per shot, so it's hard to make happen. And it's just not there. Yeah, it's just not there. What else do we got going on? Like, phaser transfer on pulse. Like, again, like, you get a little tiny bit of DRR. The enemy gets a little bit of DRR. Really, really weak. And I should notice, anytime you see an asterisk here, you see how there's like a missing percent chance? Like, this is just a tooltip typo. It's the same reason why people may mistake agony, right? I don't have any in here. I've got another tune. All right, so let's see if it says it here. All right, you see how it says... You see how it says and 175.4 phaser damage per second for 15 seconds to target 2.5% chance disable for 2.5 seconds? This is a typo. This is a tooltip typo. Agony do not have a guaranteed dot. Agony are not meta or good. People keep thinking, Agony, it does extra phaser. It does not. This is just another proc that also occurs on the weapon. It's just a tooltip error. And you could confirm this just by shooting the weapon and paying attention. You could see, hey, it's not doing that. Why is it not actually doing a dot? But who does that, right? Who pays attention to what's happening on screen? What else we got going on here? Krieger weapons. They're interesting. Like, I don't care enough to get 10 seconds of control X every so often. But like, hey, that's almost in the right direction. If it's stacked and like was per shot, that'd be a cool thing for a control build or a drain build, right? Proton pole. Let's talk about proton pole. My favorite topic: nested RNG. There is a mindset somewhere on Cryptic's team of loving gambling. I think we all know someone. And I don't know if he's responsible for proton pole, but there is occasionally shows up this thing, nested RNG, a chance for a chance. I hate nested RNG. The first chance for a second chance creates such a low occurrence rate. Oh, it's so bad. Oh, it's so bad. Nested RNG is so bad. Because let's talk about this. So, Protonic Polaron has a 25% chance on critical to deal damage. Right? So let's say I have 25% crit H. So I have a 1 in 4 chance at a 1 in 4 chance of having an effect. Right? That means that at best, with a 100% crit chance, I still only have a 1 in 4 chance of having this happen. And you're losing a mod for it. I can tell you, I have come back to Proton Pole yearly as our builds have gotten better, as our crit chance has gotten better, as our all damage sources have gotten. This has never come out ahead of just using vanilla Polaron. Because the magnitude's not there. On top of it being nested chance, the magnitude's not there. And I want to like these. I like the idea of something happening when you crit. I don't like it being a chance on chance, but I like the idea of something happening when you crit. That's cool. Making my crits do other things. That's cool. And like here's it's Draenor weapons. I like the chance that's based on crit severity. I like the idea that I get a heal based on how much more offensive my ship is. But I mean, for starters, this proc is kind of broken. I've noticed. I think I forget. I need to redocument it, but I think it's something like if your shields are full, the hull heal doesn't tick, or the other way around. That if your hull is full, the shield heal doesn't tick. It's one of those. It's one of those that's not working like as it should. But with it is a single instance, right? I use this line sort of out of memory. It's not 100% accurate. I think it's like with 7 guns and 20% haste, you can expect a proc every 24 to 26 seconds, somewhere in that ballpark. That's not 100% accurate, but it's like ballpark correct. So this is like with just EWC and 7 Draenor weapons, you could expect 772 hit points with my level of critical severity every 25 seconds. That's pitiful. That's laughable. Let's all laugh together. That's so bad. And you're losing a mod slot for it. Right? Like, no one sat down and actually did the math for these. Or if they did, I want to know their mindset. Of, like, how these are working, how these are supposed to be okay. Like, dark matter torpedo. They add a stack of dark matter dissolution. Critical strikes add 2. It is something that happens. There's no, like, maybes. This happens. There is some RNG involved of it being better with your crits. Right? So, like, it happens. There's still chance involved, but it's the chance to be better at it. So, like, here's the problem with what I understand about there being a trait that simply buffs proc chances, is that the way the weapons are coded, you can't just, like, hey, you should proc more. Like, that's not really a thing that you can do. Like, I'm sure they could, again, with enough manpower, enough jank, but, like, they can't, like, just writing a trait that says proc chances are increased. These are, like, individual things that you have to go in and, like, would, like, they're like, you can't just say that, right? Where, like, there's a in the formula we can tune damage because that's exposed in the formula. Proc chance is like an individually unhooked thing, right? It wasn't designed to be modified. This is from the things I remember Bordicus saying. And from what I know, that makes sense. Like, it would be a new, like, they'd have to go in and, like, touch everything, and that's, like, not gonna happen. Right. Ponderman, I'm not sure what you're asking. But, like, that's, you know, and that's really, like, all the other things here, like, you know, and don't get me started on uniques having a 2.5% chance per cycle. They never happen. They one weapon with no haste takes like 200 seconds between procs, right? So a single weapon, the uniques, like the rep, like, there's so many unique rep weapons that have, like, a cool proc on them that could be a useful. Advanced Temporal Chronoton. Like, this is the unique from the temp rep. 2.5% chance to get a 60-second. Hey, that's a long duration. 60 seconds of 5% flight turn rate. All right, that's tiny. It's supposed to stack 5 times. 3% shield resistance. Right? And that could stack 5 times. But within 60 seconds, this is the fucked up thing, right? Enhanced Chronoton stabilization. Let me see. I'm pretty sure that's its own unique thing, not the rest of them. I'm pretty sure I have some other Chronotons in here. Yeah, so it's its own proc. It doesn't stack with the other ones, right? So with just it by itself and no haste, it will never actually stack. Like, you know, the nature of RNG, you could get a couple stacking. But generally, on average, it will never actually stack. Ever. And then instantly reduce the recharge time of bridge officer abilities by 5 seconds. That, again, 200 seconds. 200 seconds between procs. With just one gun rolling 2.5% with no haste. Like, that's almost 4 minutes. That's 3 minutes and change. That's nuts. And, like, we can there's some other stuff here. Do I have the? I think I moved them all. I've been cleaning up this tune and hey, Spicy. I've been moving them. Let me hold on. Do I have any of the 32C stuff on this tune still? Or did I move them? I moved them. All right, so I'm gonna go to the exchange real quick and show you a proc that I actually like. A proc that I actually like. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah, and I mean like Terran weapons, right? So like tool heavies, withering, 2.5% chance to apply a stack of withering for 60 seconds, stacks 5 times. Like, I have never seen that leave triple digits in practical terms. Okay, let's reset this here. 32C. All right, so I like these. 2.5% chance to recover 5% of bridge officer ability recharge, additional 0.5% per second for 20 seconds. And then the distribution of those is slightly different for the standard ones, like 1% with a smaller thing. So I like the standard ones instead of the refits because of the longer duration thing. With a lot of haste, this is pretty much always up, right? With a lot of haste, with a decent, like a real decent amount of haste, and you're using a full rack of them, this is actually consistent, right? And just for reference here, right? Just for reference here, Photonic Officer is 2% each second. This is, the standards are 1%. So this is half. This is half of a PO1. So if you just want to run plain Boimler by itself, and a rack of these, you'll be pretty okay. You might throw Chrono Cap on there. But that's, that's good. That's fine. That's there. It happened. Like it's a solid choice, especially in the era of broadside beam support phaser. Like you've got a ton of haste. It's happening at like a sub 10-second rate. Like it lasts 20 seconds. It doesn't stack. You just need to refresh it. Oh, well, yeah, but that's not a proc, really, right? It's an effect. Like, it's not a chance. It just happens. Right? I mean, we use proc to refer to it. Like, it's the language of the game. But, like, it's something that always happens, and it just scales off of, it's base damage based on, health. It's why it's the strongest weapon in the game. It is roughly 1.5 times better every single other weapon in its own weight class. Like if a cannon does 100,000, this one will do 150. Oftentimes more. It's just better. And it trades 3% for the proc. That proc isn't it. That's the effect that happens. The proc is trading it for its withering. I think, yeah. Oh, no. It is trading it for its damage proc. That is actually the only time I've ever seen a weapon gain a proc for a proc mod and it actually pay off. So yeah, like it's there. And like I don't think procs should all be this. This is really strong. This is a power weapon. Power weapons are good. Games should have power weapons. There should be things like, oh yeah, that's really good, because you want something to reach for to say, oh, I know that's really good. It has a reputation. It's legendary. Like it's awesome. We should have that. You should use that. Those should exist, and they should have a decent gap between them. It's why I don't have a problem with the Pavid Omni. Right? Like, oh, that's really good. That's why I don't have a problem with the hexes being, head and shoulders above a lot of things. Because you can go, that it has a reputation. Those things are healthy for a game's community. Knowing that there are legendary things that you want to get and use. Right? Like, they don't suppress other things. You can go build a build that doesn't use TTF. You can go build other things, and there are other options that are still good. They're just not quite as good, but like there's still other ways to build and do really well in the same ballpark. It's just that if you do it this, you're like real chonk. But it's not broken. It's not so severely better that you just don't use other things. Like in experimentals, the same deals. Like you can use hexes, but like you've got the pie hands, you got the gall, you've got the decas now. You've got the new railguns pretty good off of the Salcom. Not again, not as good, but still very good. Like there's options. You can still swing in the same range and still feel good about using it. You're just not doing the best possible thing. And like I don't think everyone should try and go for the best possible thing. I think there should be an array of good things, and there should be a best possible thing. But it's like whatever. But like I don't know. Like and this is why I'm like everyone I hyperfixates on like what weapons should I use, and I'm like any. Like there's nothing that like you should be using that like you must use. People are so worried. I'm so worried about like should I use pen? Should I use pen? Everyone says we should use pen. Like you don't need to worry about pen. You don't need to, as long as like your damage mods are crit D and damage, like you're fine. Like pen, like pen's fine. Pen's decent. Like I have some pen weapons on here right now, but they're ancient. Like I've literally had these for a decade. Like I was going after the just the vanilla phaser proc for the cryonic module thing going on, um, just to get some extra AOE out of that. And they're pen because I had them, back in 2016 when like there was way less debuff on the field. But pen like scales in one of the only diminishing returns in the game downwards with the more that's on the field, and with type 7s and everyone using attack pattern beta and there being inertial supremacy and a bunch of active consoles that add debuff, pen really only strongly stands out as like, hey, that's a good option for you if you're only ever playing by yourself and your build isn't super developed. The further into development you go, the less valuable this becomes, and you don't need to hunt it, and you should just worry about vanilla weapons. It's fine. It's fine. Like, people way overthink. Like, as long as you've got like the mods going on that are like in place, like procs are, as I've been talking about for the last 30 minutes, so incredibly irrelevant to choice for the most part that like you can just use whatever flavor you want that has a good, visual or sound, whatever makes you happy, right? So yeah, it's not that big a deal. Um, I'll tell y'all what. I'm starting to be tired and have a little bit of a headache, so unless anyone has any like questions to drop, I could probably hang out for a little while longer. I'm gonna wrap it up soon. So if anyone's got anything else that I can talk about, I can do that because I've got the thing tomorrow. Are you asking about mags, Mac? Or armor? Because the only real diminishing returns in this game are damage resistance plus and negative. Like they're the only things in this game that more of it does less. Everything else is not. Um, Cubes, not really. Yeah, cubes, not really. Like if you got complex plasma fire and Hellbore, like the scale with plasma, like you make sure you have either a rapid fire or an overload, depending on if you're using Paw or CSV to proc Hellbore. Like there's nothing really much going on there. Yeah, I'll talk about armor and stuff in detail next time I stream. Actually show the impact and like why we don't care so much. All right, last calls. Last calls for topics before I go die for a bit. Yeah, I'll try and do this more regularly. Need to work on the interface a little bit more. All right. Well, that's all. Thanks for hanging out, kids. Let's see you around.